Thank you. Have a seat. State ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your first witness today.
The state would call Charles Carlson. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Charles Carlson, C-A-R-L-S-O-N.
And how are you employed?
I'm a medical legal death investigator for the Delaware County Coroner's Office.
And prior to becoming the, I'm going to say, investigator for the Delaware County Coroner's Office, what was your occupation?
Okay. I was certified as a peace officer for the state of Ohio. I was a cop for 27 years,
And when did you join the Delaware County Coroner's Office?
2019.
And in your training as a law enforcement officer, did you receive training relative to the investigation of homicides?
Yes.
And can you review your training as an investigator for the Delaware County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
Can you review it for the jury, please? Tell them what your training has
Okay,
been.
so I'm certified as a medical legal death investigator through the St. Louis University. I also have gone through the investigator series at APATA, which the Master Criminal Investigator series at APATA, and the Master Evidence Tech certification at APATA.
And what is OPATA?
APATA is the Ohio Peace Officers Training Council. So they basically train a lot of the officers for the state of Ohio.
And generally, what are your job duties as an investigator for the Coroner's Office?
So my job as the coroner investigator here in Delaware County typically consists of gathering information for each of the deaths that are reported to our office. So, in layman's terms, what we try to do is once a death is reported, we have to review whether or not the case is going to be a coroner's case, because not all deaths are coroner's cases. Once it's determined that it is a coroner's case, we usually go out to the scene. We do a scene assessment, an investigation, and then after the scene investigation, we usually collect medical information about the individual, the deceased. We try to find out facts of the case. We work with law enforcement primarily on the majority of the cases, and try to gather as much information as I can, so that way Dr. Hickman, our coroner, can determine the manner and cause of death for that individual.
So you kind of preempted my next question, but who is the Delaware County Coroner?
Dr. Mark Hickman.
Is that his only job?
No, he's also a primary care physician here in town. So he's considered full-time coroner here for Delaware County, but obviously I'm the only one that actually works in the office 40 hours a week. So we review cases and that during his off days, after hours, that kind of thing.
And when you attend a death scene, do you have a general procedure that you follow?
Yeah, typically you get an overall of the scene. You try to figure out, okay, what's the scene like? Is it safe? First of all, make sure that you can enter the scene. Then you try to gather as much information about the scene and how it would pertain to to this death of this individual. The other avenue of death investigations, scene investigations, is you talk to people that were on the scene, whether you have witnesses, you have law enforcement there, you have EMS personnel there, you have a multitude of people that might be involved. You might have the person that found the person, the kind of thing. So you try to talk to as many individuals as you can to try to get as much information as you can about that scene. So.
And when you are there and presumably a body is there when you arrive to a death scene?
Correct.
And what is the Delaware County Coroner's Office role or responsibility with that body?
So our responsibility is for the body itself. So we control the body, for better term here. So typically we document the body as much as we can. We'll photograph the body. Sometimes we'll examine the body depending on the circumstances externally. And then once we've done all of our collection and documentation, we will secure the body in a cadaver pouch or a body bag and then seal the body bag at that point.
And you do this in conjunction with law enforcement at the scene?
Correct. Usually I'm the one doing the assessment and everything else, but law enforcement's present with me, and sometimes I need their help.
And once you collect the body and you leave a scene, what do you do with the body?
Okay, so we have we contract a company. It's called Store Mortuary Transport. They're a livery out of Columbus area here, and they're the ones who transport the body to a funeral home or to Montgomery County where we have our autopsies performed. They also they're contracted through Franklin County and Union County, so they work with several coroner's offices, not just ours.
And why are bodies that are going to receive an autopsy, why do they go to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
About 4 or 5 years ago, we used Franklin County, but Franklin County's overwhelmed with their own cases, and we talked to Montgomery County, and they were more than willing to accept our cases and do the autopsies.
Well, why don't we do them in Delaware County?
Oh, sorry. We don't have a forensic pathologist, so, for the cost effectiveness for the county, it's easier to pay another entity to go ahead and do that. And Montgomery County's done a great job for us.
And have you been to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office for autopsies before?
Yes, I have.
And after an autopsy at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, is a report generated?
Yes.
And what is that report called?
It's a post-mortem examination report.
And then eventually is an autopsy report prepared?
Okay, so I think we're talking about the same thing. So it's called a post-mortem examination report. We do get a preliminary report that usually comes out, not always on every case, but sometimes we'll get a printed out preliminary report as well. And that's usually several days after the autopsy is performed.
And who authors you called it a post-mortem examination report?
Yeah.
Who authors that?
The forensic pathologist that performed the autopsy.
At the Montgomery County Coroner's
Correct.
Office. Now I want to turn to September 16th of 2020. Did you respond to a death scene at that time?
I did.
And where was that at?
It was on County Line Road. I can't remember the intersection there. It's a cobblestone or something. I don't remember the actual intersection there, but it was County Line Road there in Delaware County, Westerville.
And when you arrived, were there other personnel on the scene?
Yes. Yeah.
And do you recall who? Just generally.
Generally, there was several Westerville patrol officers. There was caution tape. I believe there was some Westerville fire trucks in the area. Remember, there's media there. I think there were some media trucks there, but they were kind of outside the area there. And then the detectives for the Westerville Police Department.
And do you recall what time of day generally you arrived at the scene?
It was evening. It was around 8 p.m.
Was it dark yet?
No.
And when you arrived at the scene, what was the first thing that you did?
Okay, the first thing I did was go find who was in charge. I think it was Detective Alloway. It was the first person I probably spoke to at that point to try to get more information. Where was the body? Just more general information. Kind of what we're looking at. Just more detail about, in general, just of the scene and how it came about that they found the individual.
And then did you respond down to where the remains were at?
Yeah, we did I walked down with a couple of the detectives. We did take a general look at the the body, the decedent, and at that point we knew that BCI was was already contacted and they were en route, so we returned back up to the sidewalk area and waited for BCI.
And then you did return down with BCI.
Correct.
And do you recall who from BCI you were with?
It was Agent Holcomb, Chad Holcomb.
And was Agent Holcomb documenting the scene while you were there?
Yes, yeah, correct.
And you were documenting the body.
Correct.
Now, at some point describe how were the remains there generally when you arrived?
So it was advanced decomposition. So it was very hard to make a whole lot of detail out of the individual. There was some skeletonization as well as some mummification going on. She was in a kneeling, seated position with what appeared to be a cord around her neck.
And that cord was hanging down from a tree branch?
Correct.
And then at some point were you there when Special Agent Holcomb cut the cord to release the remains from the tree?
Yeah, I was there when he did that, yes.
And did you assist him in doing that?
Correct.
And then after the cord was cut, did you assist in putting the remains into a body bag?
Yes.
And who assisted you in doing that?
I think it was Chad, and there might have been one of the detectives. I'm not sure exactly. There might have been another detective there as well. So.
And once the remains were placed into the body bag, what did you do next?
At that point, I photographed the front of the body, and then at that point, due to the advanced decomposition, we weren't going to do too much of an external examination by manipulating the body at all. So it was determined at that point just to photograph it and then seal the bag at that point and have it taken down to Montgomery County.
And when you say seal the bag, what do you mean?
So body bags have two zippers, and then we have a lock for them. So that way, once the bag is locked, if it gets entered again, then it would be the seal would be broken, and then we would know that somebody had been into the bag without authorization to do so.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? As shown, counsel was previously been marked as State's Exhibit 122. I'm showing it to the witness. Take a moment to look at that.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And what does it appear to be?
It's an evidence lock
And from
evidence
what?
bag. From what? From this scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
The September 16th
Yes.
scene?
Sorry. Yes.
All right. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the lock you placed on the evidence bag on September 16th of
Yes.
2020?
Yes.
Permission to publish to the jury? No, Judge. Oops. All right. And Mr. Carlson, can you just again explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
So the tag identifies the DCCO is, of course, Delaware County Coroner's Office. The seal number, none of the seals have the same exact number. They go in sequential order. There's two zippers at the end of the top part of the loop, and it goes through both of those loops and then through the hole here at the top of the evidence, the cadaver tag. And then it locks. So you can pull on it and make it tighter, but you cannot loosen it without breaking it.
Now, once you put the remains into the body bag and you lock it, what happens to them?
So we typically call transport at some point, our mortuary transport service. Once they arrive, one of two things happens. We'll either assist them or multiple people will assist the transport individual getting the cadaver pouch, the body bag, into their vehicle, which is typically a livery van, a mortuary funeral van.
And is that what occurred on September 16th of 2020?
That's correct.
And where then do the remains go, and how do you know?
So they go to Montgomery County Coroner's Office, which is in Dayton, Ohio. How do I know What was the question, sorry?
Yes,
How do I know they get there?
yes.
So they document, Montgomery County documents the time and date and time of when the body arrives.
And does the store transport go straight to the Montgomery County Coroner's office,
Yes.
if you know?
Yes.
So they don't take the remains home and sleep at night
No,
and then
no.
take it?
No, they go directly there. That's in their contract to go directly to the Montgomery County Coroner's office.
And you do not personally transport the remains?
Yeah, our office does not transport, correct.
Now, were the remains in this case transferred to the Montgomery County Coroner's office?
Yes,
For what purpose?
for an autopsy?
And did you subsequently attend an autopsy then down there?
No, I did not.
Now, after the autopsy was performed, though, did you collect any items that were obtained during the autopsy to aid in the identification of the remains?
I did.
And what were some of those items?
So I believe that day I collected X-rays and X-rays that were conducted there. Also, down the line, days later, I collected for the identification of Emily. I had to collect. They typically want a large toe bone and a root of a tooth in order to compare DNA. So.
And you provided those items to the Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation? And subsequently, you learned that the remains were identified as...
Rephrase your question. I didn't hear the whole question. Start over.
If you know, were the remains identified?
Yes,
And who were they identified to be?
Emily Noble.
Now, if you know, was the Montgomery County Coroner's Office able to complete a full autopsy on September 17th of 2020?
They were able to do an autopsy, but a complete autopsy, I don't believe so. I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Fair enough. Did it come to your attention as the investigator for the Delaware County Coroner's Office that the remains were going to be transferred to the Ohio State University?
Correct.
And if you recall, whose request was that?
The request was, we had a discussion between Montgomery County and Dr. Hickman, and then I believe that's how we determined that OSU was going to do a further autopsy or of Emily. Sorry. Yeah.
So the remains were then transferred to OSU?
Correct.
All right. At some point, though, did you receive a report from OSU regarding their findings?
I did.
Do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was the 11th of January,
Of what year?
2021.
Now, up until this point, had you received a post-mortem examination or autopsy report from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
I did.
Before you got
Oh,
the
no.
OSU report?
No.
So after the OSU report, then you received a post-mortem examination or autopsy report from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Correct.
And what else did you do in this matter to assist the Delaware County Coroner?
So,
Did you obtain records?
yes, medical records. Yeah, we obtained medical records for Emily. Well, once in order to secure medical records for an individual, you have to know who the individual is. So I think we had to wait until she was identified, and then I was able to start getting those medical records for Emily.
And that's standard procedure in any
Yes.
death scene? All right. At some point, did you return to the scene with the OSU anthropologists?
I did.
And do you recall that date?
The 25th of March,
And what was the purpose in returning to the scene on that date?
to see if we can recover any other remains from Emily from that scene.
And you said March 25th, but what was the year?
Oh, 2021, sorry.
And did you recover additional bones from the
Yes.
scene?
We did, yes.
All right. And did you document
Yeah.
the scene and the items that you found?
Yes, Dr. Agnew identified the items, I photographed the items, and they were collected, yes.
Your Honor, I've previously shown counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 123A through R. Well, hold on a second. I think then I started to use 124 at some point. Okay. 123A and 124B through R. May I approach?
Yes, please.
All right, take a minute to look through those, flip through them, and when you're finished, look up at me. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And when I say the word scene on March 25th of 2021 that you returned to, where exactly is that?
The same scene that we were at on the 16th of September 2020.
All right, and so then State's Exhibit 123A and 124B through R. Do those fairly and accurately depict the scene that you returned to on March 25th of 2021?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'm letting you show a few of these, but permission to publish to the jury?
Any objection?
I'm placing State's Exhibit 123A on the overhead. And can you tell the jury what they're viewing there?
So this is the area that Emily would have been seated at, approximately seated at when I found her on the 16th of September 2020.
What's the purpose of the flags?
The flags are to mark areas that Dr. Agnew identified as possible bones.
124B.
I believe this photo was a close-up photo of one of the bones that were recovered, that were marked from the larger picture you saw before.
And that you can see there's a flag marking it.
Yes, correct.
Can you circle the bone? Your screen is a touch screen.
Okay.
And 124D.
This would be a view looking straight to the ground, showing the flags with some scale to kind of give it an overall picture. The flags indicating bones that were recovered.
And it might be more helpful if I show you the photograph. Are you able to say what those items are in the photograph?
They were bones.
All right. And then 124E, Your Honor. Well, I'm going to change that to 124F, please. And then, Mr. Carlson, what is depicted in State's 124F?
Two separate bones, or bones remains.
And after you returned to the scene on September 25th of 2020, did you receive another report from the OSU anthropologists?
Yes.
And then after that, did you receive any other reports relevant to the remains of this case?
Yes, I did receive another one in May, towards the end of May, from Dr. Smock,
And what year?
2021.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Good morning.
Morning.
Diane Menashe. We met briefly yesterday in the hallway on behalf of Matt Moore. Just want to go over your background. Just so the jury understands, you have no medical training, correct? You've never been to medical school.
No, I've not been to medical
You
school.
were not a doctor.
Correct.
You have been a medical legal death investigator since March of 2019.
Correct.
And before that, from 1990 to 2019, you were a detective.
Correct. Well, I was a police officer and
You
a
were,
detective. Yes.
you were a police officer initially, and then you were a detective.
Correct.
Right? And was that for the state of Ohio, or a local law enforcement?
That was the state of Ohio.
And I know that you talked about St. Louis University with respect to your training. I just want to make sure I understand your education. Your undergrad was in criminal justice, is that right?
Correct.
And you have no master's or advanced degree.
Correct.
Moving to Mark Hickman, who is the Delaware County coroner. Mark Hickman is a primary care physician here in Delaware County.
Correct.
He is not a forensic pathologist.
Correct.
He is also not, in his capacity as the Delaware County coroner, doing any autopsies.
Correct.
He's also not a forensic anthropologist. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As I heard the testimony, Delaware County doesn't have its own forensic pathologist, and that's why you contract with Montgomery County.
That's correct.
Just so so I'm clear about the testimony, I know that you did not attend the autopsy that was done by Montgomery County coroner. If you know, it's also true that Mark Hickman did not attend that either.
That's correct.
So neither of the Delaware County, you or Mark Hickman, attended the actual autopsy that was done in this case.
That's correct.
There was only one autopsy done, and that was done at Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
That's correct.
I want to be sure we're clear about that, because in your testimony on direct, you indicated, just to clear it up, that that the remains were sent to OSU, and I thought you said for an autopsy. But you would agree with me that OSU did not perform an autopsy.
That's correct.
The only autopsy was at Montgomery County Coroner's.
Correct.
I want to go to the scene on September 16th of 2020. When you got there, you indicated that it wasn't dark yet.
Correct.
You stayed at the scene, though, long enough for it to get dark.
Oh, obviously, yes.
Yeah. And as it got dark, there was a significant amount of lighting, was there not, that was shine? That was
Illuminating, yes.
illuminating. Was it shine or shone? Illuminating the area.
Correct.
You would agree that when it was dark, what time did it get dark? Do you remember? Just approximately.
9:30.
So like 9:30, when it's dark, it was necessary to have bright lights illuminating that area for you to be able to see what was down in there.
Correct. No. Repeat, sorry.
Sure. Without the lights, the area where the remains were, when it was dark, it was really dark in there, was it not?
It was dark, yes.
Yeah, and it's a wooded area with lots of branches and vines, and the trees kind of created a canopy, did they not?
Correct.
You indicated that you assisted with cutting the cord that was around the bottom of her chin and then kind of up like this. Do you remember seeing that visual?
Yes.
How did you assist? Did you hold on to her when he cut the cord? Tell the jurors how you assisted.
So I held her by the shoulder blades to make sure that when the cord was cut, that she would not fall forward or backwards, to have her remain in that position so I could slowly bring her down into the cadaver body bag.
And so by the shoulder blades, her back, you just shoulder blades. I just want to know how you had her hands. So if I'm the remains, if I may approach, Your Honor, how did you have your hands? So on the sides of her shoulders.
Backside.
Okay. And then the agent cut the cord that was around her neck.
Correct.
Sorry to make you lose your phone. Can you, as a visual, just hold your hands, just in terms of
I have
size?
large hands.
Yes. And then, as you're holding on to her, the cord is cut. Where is the agent when the cord is cut?
He'd be on the front side of her.
He's on the front side, and then he cuts it. And then, are you the individual that lays her back into the body bag?
That's correct.
The body bag then is already placed on the ground. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that you're lowering her and placing her into the bag.
That's correct.
You were talked about. Do you have the tag photo? You weren't shown a photo, but I believe as the remains went to Montgomery County Coroner's office, there was a band that was placed on the remains, was there not?
That's correct.
And did the band that was placed on the remains, it said Emily Noble?
No.
It did not.
No, it did not.
Which wrist was the band placed on?
I don't recall.
Okay, and who placed the band on the wrist?
I did.
So tell me the information that was on the band.
Typically, when you have an unidentified individual, you put John or Jane Doe.
And do you remember putting Jane Doe on the band?
That sounds accurate.
Okay, and we don't. I'm looking for the picture of it, but State's Exhibit 122 is just the tag on the bag.
Yeah, that would be the outer bag. Yeah,
Right,
that's correct.
but there was also a band on her wrist, and I'm sorry, I don't have a picture handy, but and that went with the remains as well, right?
That's correct.
And then the contract, the entity that you talked to the jury about that you pay essentially to transport the remains, took the remains from the scene to Montgomery County Coroner's office?
That's correct.
And that is like a 50, 60-minute drive?
More like an hour and a half.
Okay. It's an hour and a half drive. And then from the Montgomery County Coroner's office, they were then taken to OSU.
Eventually, yes.
In October.
That's correct.
And that same or similar type distance of a drive.
That's correct.
Right? I want to talk about moving from 9/16 going all the way to March of 2021 when you go back to that same scene. Are you aware, and if you're not, when Matt Moore was arrested in this case?
I'm not aware.
But I want to be clear. I'll talk to you about September 16th when the remains were found, and then on this end, I'll bookend June 17th, just for purposes of my question.
Okay.
In between there, in March, you go back to the exact location where Emily was found.
That's correct.
And you're shown a series of photos, 123A, and then 124B, C, etc. I'm going to show you what I've been marked as for a second here. Showing you just, for example, 124E. Right here, those appear to be teeth, right?
That's correct.
So you go back to the scene in the wooded area. October, November, December, January, February, March. 6 months after she's originally found. And there everything is, right?
That's correct.
It's not like that area was disturbed at all. Well, let me be clear, right? It's the items of evidentiary value that you were specifically looking for were in that area.
That's correct.
When you went back in March, I want to be really specific about who was with you. Could you give me the names of the individuals that were with you?
I believe it was Dr. Hardin from OSU, Dr. Agnew from OSU, myself, Detective Grubbs, and I'm not sure who else. There might have been another individual there. I'm not sure.
Before you went back to the scene on March 25th, you participated on March 9th, did you not, in a telephone call with a Dr. Smock?
That's correct.
And Dr. Smock is an expert that has, assuming that you know, has been retained by the state of Ohio.
That's correct.
So, and who's all on that call?
I don't recall all the individuals who were on that call.
Maybe Detective Peachy, Detective Grubbs, the prosecutors.
That sounds accurate.
And it was a Zoom call. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And that's before you go back to the scene. You're on that call with Dr. Smock.
That's correct.
You would agree with me in your capacity as with the Delaware County Coroner's Office and as a death investigator that in the state of Ohio, the only person that can determine the cause of death is the medical examiner.
That's incorrect. It's the coroner.
The coroner, I'm sorry, right? The coroner. So in this case, the entity that did the autopsy was the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
That's correct.
And there's actually 2 forensic pathologists at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office. Would you agree with me, Dr. Richmond and Dr. Lehman?
That's correct.
So either of those 2 individuals, under the law in Ohio, could determine the cause of death.
The cause, correct, yes.
The cause. And I understand there's difference of cause and mechanisms of injury, but the cause of death, that's for the coroner to determine. Is that right?
I think your question's a little, I'm not understanding your question. You're referring to Dr. Lehman and Richmond as pathologists, and then you're referring to Dr. Hickman as the coroner, so I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
The coroner's office that Delaware County contracts with is Montgomery County.
That's correct.
Okay. That's the coroner's office. And we already know that Mark Hickman did not do the autopsy.
That's correct.
He wasn't even there, right? He's just reviewing the work of other people. Fair to say.
He's reviewing all the documents, yes.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, Your Honor, counsel was asking you about who makes the determination as to cause of death for bodies that go to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
That'd be Dr. Mark Hickman.
All right, and so Montgomery County Coroner's Office performs the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
They make findings, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You provide all of the information that you gather in a death scene and provide it to Dr. Hickman, correct?
That's correct.
If that includes consulting with experts, that information is provided to him too.
That's correct.
And then at the end of the day, who determines the cause of death?
Dr. Mark Hickman.
And who determines the manner of death?
Dr. Mark Hickman.
No further questions.
You would certainly agree with me that a coroner's work is to be objective.
Yes.
So when you were just asked by the prosecutor about Mark Hickman receiving information through investigation or perhaps through experts that have been hired by the state of Ohio, you would agree with me, just based on your experience as a detective for 29 years, I believe, and then your experience as an investigator, right, that objectivity is different from subjectivity.
Objection outside the scope of redirect.
They should go on somewhere.
I am.
I'll permit it for that.
Right? Objective means you just look at the facts, does it not? Without any other bias.
I guess I'm not 100% sure on the difference between the two words at this point, but I'm sure you'll explain that.
Well, you were just asked these questions about the information that Mark Hickman was provided, and those included information from experts, perhaps experts that have been hired by the state of Ohio.
That's correct.
Are you familiar then, if you're not familiar with objectivity or subjectivity, are you familiar with the word bias can mean?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, any questions you may have? We will take them now. All right, Mr. Carlson, a couple questions jury would like to ask you. You testified about a Zoom call that took place. Was Dr. Richmond or Dr. Lehman on that call?
I don't remember. I don't remember that date.
Okay.
Specifically, sorry.
Well, you answered the question. From your work at the scene, can you answer how long the body had been there?
I could tell that it was several months, but not.
Your Honor, because there's no foundation for that.
We all consented to the questions being asked, Your Honor.
Well, you could cross on that. When you went back in March of 21, were you able to determine what part of the body the bones that were found came from?
I was not able to determine that, but Dr. Agnew was, since that's her expertise, but she did share that information, yes.
Right. Was the left hand of the body intact, similar to the right hand before the body was removed in September of 2020 when you first arrived at the scene?
Intact, yes, but was there bones missing? That I can't answer, just without looking at the pictures and that, but I don't remember.
Obviously, you were there on in September of 21, I mean 20, when the remains were first discovered. What prompted you to go back in March of 2021?
That was discussed between the prosecutor's office, our office, and other entities that were there on that call, and it was determined to go back to make sure that we recovered everything that was that could have been there.
And the final question, when you first arrived at the scene in September of 2020, do you recall, was the left hand of the body covered with a white cloth, the left hand, the left arm?
Without seeing the picture, I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. Does that raise any questions for the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. You were asked a question about how long the body, if you know, and I know I already asked you about you're not a forensic anthropologist or a pathologist, or you would certainly agree that you do not know. And tell me if you have any information that someone else knows. You cannot say that the body was there on May 25th, 2020, correct?
That's correct.
Nor May 26th of 2020.
That's correct.
Or the 27th,
That's correct.
the 28th,
Correct.
the 29th,
Correct.
the 30th,
Correct.
the 31st,
Correct.
moving into June, correct?
Correct.
The 1st,
Correct.
the 2nd,
Correct.
nothing further.
Thank you very much. You may sit down, sir. You call your next witness?
Stand up, Dr. Agnew to the stand.
Your Honor, I think we should approach before an issue.
You want this on the record?
I would like it, please, yes.
All right. slight break in the action. We're not going anywhere. I don't recall that I asked you this morning, Joe, part of admonition last night. If you have interest, follow the rules. Thank you.
You gotta move the approach.
But before we present our next witness, there's some things that need to be done, so I think we're going to take a morning break. So 10 minutes, please. Remember the court's admonition.
Have a seat. All right, we're on the record outside the presence of the jury. All parties, including the defendant, are present. I believe someone wanted to make a record.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, in this case, with respect to Dr. Agnew, I've been supplied a report pursuant to Promoral 16K that is dated January 11th, 2021, and then there's an addendum, although that's dated May 10th of 2021. I would just proactively object, Your Honor, to any testimony with respect to further observations or testing or conclusions that she's made since authoring her report. Not only do I not have notice with respect to any report as to that additional work or photographs that have been taken, but I met with Dr. Agnew on August 5th, 2022, so earlier this month in person, and I interviewed her for over an hour. And at that point in time, she had told me that she had not looked at the bones again since performing her work. It now appears, based on what we know from just a bit earlier, that she has taken some subsequent photos and or viewed the bones again. I would object to any testimony as to what she has recently done, as I have not been put on any notice, been given a report, and certainly have not been able to discuss that information with my expert, and it doesn't comply with 16K. I just wanted to put that on the record as my objection before we begin.
Judge Feeney, just for the record, none of what Dr. Agnew did recently had any impact on her written report, her findings, her opinion in this case. What she said is that she took some additional photos as a way that she was trying to be able to more easily explain some of the things that she's talking about. We've removed those two subsequent photographs from the slides. I don't intend to ask her any questions about re-examining the bones, but I do want to make it clear that none of that had any impact whatsoever on what the opinion was that she offered in this case. It was provided, probably a year ago in discovery or whatever. So we don't have a 16K issue with any of the things she's going to testify about.
So you're agreeing with what the defense has raised?
I have no issue saying we're not going to talk about any subsequent examination or any further photographs that she took in recent
Okay.
times.
Well, I think we've resolved it.
And I'll go let our witness know that too, to make sure that she knows that.
Okay, before you go, let me just give the template, since I think we got a lot of experts in our future. As an expert testifies, I want the proponent of that party to have the 16K report handy. If the other side says that individual is saying something that wasn't in that report, we'll have a sidebar. I'll have the person who doesn't like what the witness is saying say what it is they're about to say or they are saying, and then I'm going to ask the proponent, is that in writing in that report? If it is, it comes in. If it's not, it doesn't come in. Okay, now we're resolved on this witness, as I understand it. But I just want to let you know that's the template we're going to do for these types of issues that come up with other experts down the road. Okay, go ahead and whenever you're ready.
Can I ask a question just as form? Do you require state tenders the expert and then a voir dire, or I just want to know your process?
Well, you don't have an issue with the qualifications of the expert, I presume.
No, because I can address that in cross-examination.
Well, I don't know what the reports say. So, however, using this example, since you're the not the proponent of the expert, and you anticipate that something's about to be said, you can make your objection.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
It does. I
Okay.
just want to know your procedure.
Yeah, either they say something or they're about to say something. If you want to raise the issue, we can do that. It'll be a short sidebar. I mean,
Sure.
in light of what the template is. So, whenever you're ready.
You
So
can grab the jury right now. I'll be back in before they get here.
okay, that's good. Have you been sworn in yet? No. Okay.
think she probably knows that. So we're going to read the jury, and then we'll formally do that for you. Everyone have a seat. Becky.
Yes, I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Amanda Agnew, Agnew.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a professor at The Ohio State University.
And in what field?
Human anatomy, biomedical engineering, and forensic anthropology.
And how long have you been employed at The Ohio State University?
For approximately 12 years.
Approach to what's the marks of State Exhibit 125. I hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit 125. You can take a moment to look that over. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And generally speaking, what is it?
It's my professional CV or resume.
And how many pages in total is it?
35.
Yeah, that's not actually the public portion of State Exhibit 125.
No.
Doctor, I'm not showing you State Exhibit 125. Can you tell the jury what it is we're looking at here?
My professional resume.
Is that the first page of your professional resume?
Yes.
The first part there is about your educational background.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what your educational background is, please?
Sure. I received my undergraduate degree, a Bachelor of Arts in Biological Anthropology from the State University of New York in 2004, and I moved to Ohio shortly thereafter, and earned my master's degree in biological anthropology from the Ohio State University in biological anthropology, and then continued on to receive my PhD also from the Ohio State University in biological anthropology in 2011.
So what does it mean to obtain a PhD in biological anthropology?
A lot of work. It's a research degree, so it entails a lengthy research project in addition to coursework that summarizes your area of expertise, essentially.
The next part of page 1 of your resume talks about your current academic positions. Could you please let the jury know what those are?
My primary appointment is of professor in the School of Health and Rehabilitation Sciences in the College of Medicine, where I teach anatomy and I conduct biological anthropology research. And I also have adjunct appointments in both the Department of Biomedical Engineering to focus on bone biomechanics, as well as the Department of Anthropology to focus on forensic anthropology and archaeology as well.
And at the bottom there is Director of the Skeletal Biology Research Laboratory. Can you tell us what that is?
That is my personal laboratory that I run inside the auspices of the Injury Biomechanics Research Center, where I train students of all levels as well as postdoctoral researchers on skeletal biology.
Continuing on from page 1 and then page 2, there are a number of other things listed as past jobs that you've held at Ohio State. Could you just generally walk through what those were?
Yes, these were essentially all stepping stones to my current position, and at different ranks, starting from assistant professor to associate professor to then the highest rank of professor where I am currently, which is just termed professor.
You mentioned also that you conducted research.
Yes, that's a large portion of my job.
Can you give the jury some examples of the types of things that you've been involved in research-wise?
Yes, from a research standpoint, the majority of my time is spent researching bone biomechanics and how and why bones fracture in different scenarios.
And obviously, we're not going to go through everything, but are those your research activities also listed on your resume?
Yes, both under the research experience and funding, but also in publications and presentations as well throughout the document.
Any idea roughly the number of different research projects you've been involved in?
I can't recall off the top of my head. It's been many.
Fair to say it's many pages of your resume that contains that information.
Yes, my job is 90% research.
Have you also been published as an author?
Yes.
And can you, let me put up, I'll show you page 7 of your resume. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the beginning of a list of 72 peer-reviewed journal publications that I have completed over the course of my career in various journals. And again, these are all peer-reviewed. That means that they are submitted to the editorial board of the journal and then reviewed by scientific experts in the field, typically 2 to 3 reviewers. And they provide feedback, and ultimately it ends in publication if it's successful.
And you said there's 72 different times you've been published in peer-reviewed journals?
Approximately.
Obviously not going to go through all 72 of those, but can you tell us the types of things in which you've written articles that have been published?
Yes, again, the majority has been related to bone fractures and biomechanics in various situations.
You mentioned briefly, but have you also presented at various conferences?
Yes.
I'm now showing you page 12 of your professional resume. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
So conference proceedings are papers that result from the presentations that were given at each of those conferences. So you provide a paper, write a paper, which sometimes is peer-reviewed, other times not, that's associated with the presentation.
And you note that there's 21 different times that you've done that?
Yes.
Continue to page 14 of your resume. Can you tell us generally what information is listed here?
Yes, these are additional publications, including chapters in books, textbooks, or informational books for experts in the field, as well as reviews of other people's books, and the bottom is the beginning of some technical reports that were done for various projects as well.
And again, generally speaking, what topics have those covered?
Mostly bone biomechanics and bone fracture.
Page 15 of your resume includes something called publish abstracts. Can you tell us generally what it is that we're looking at there?
Yes, to be invited to give a presentation at a scientific conference, you have to generally submit an abstract where your content is reviewed by your peers, and then they select your research to be presented at the conference. So when these abstracts are then selected from all of the abstracts that have been submitted and essentially allowed to be presented at the conference, the abstract is then published, also associated with the presentation.
And again, you've listed here that you have 109 different published abstracts.
Yes.
Without going through all of those, can you tell us again generally what types of topics those abstracts have been?
Mostly bone biomechanics and skeletal biology related topics.
On page 23 of your professional resume, can you tell us what it is we're looking at here?
These are presentations that were, for the most part, invited, that are not necessarily associated with a professional scientific meeting, but that are asked for as a content expert at various places.
And continuing on to page 24, does that also indicate national and international conferences you've presented at?
Yes, these are presentations that are just organized by the audience, whether it's a local audience, a national audience, or in many cases an international audience.
I'm showing you on page 25 of your resume, you have a heading of teaching experience. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at there?
Yes, this is a short list of courses that I've taught, mainly at The Ohio State University, in different departments on different topics throughout my career.
Page 27 of your resume, we have a heading of advising and mentorship. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at there?
Yes, this part of my resume focuses on my trainees and who I teach my science to and train research to. So it's organized by rank, essentially from visiting scholars through postdoctoral scholars, and then doctoral students, other graduate students, as well as undergraduate students.
On page 31 of your resume, there's a heading of honors and awards. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at there?
Yes, this is just a few of the awards that I've received.
And then there's a heading entitled service activities. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at there?
Yes, these service activities are important for an academic career path, and so this portion outlines my service to journals to review, to peer review other people's scientific articles that they have written.
Page 35, there's a other professional experience. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at?
Yes, this is professional experience that is generally considered outside of the academic requirements. And so there are a number of different topics covered here, from a certification as an injury specialist to a training workshop that I've participated in, as well as my involvement as a forensic anthropologist in casework.
We'll come back to that in just a minute, but then there's also at the bottom a list of professional memberships and service. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at there?
Yes, professional membership to various groups is important to advance your science and to work with colleagues. So I am a member of numerous different professional societies so that I can collaborate.
And that continues as well on the back. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at there?
Yes, that is just the continuation, and so they're in reverse chronological order. So those are the earliest memberships that I've had continuous over the years.
Is there such a thing as a board certification in anthropology?
Forensic anthropology specifically has a board certification, yes.
Can you tell us, have you been board certified as a forensic anthropologist?
No,
Why not?
it's not required to practice in our field.
Do you have an idea roughly how many practitioners or what percentage of practitioners are quote-unquote board certified?
Based on a few recent publications, I think that it's somewhere around 50% of practicing forensic anthropologists are board certified.
And so it's not something that Ohio State requires for you to hold all the different positions and the things that you've done through Ohio State.
No.
I wanted to go back, as I mentioned, back to the other professional experience. And you list something there of, for the record, this page 35 again of the resume. Forensic anthropology consultations. What does that mean?
That is a request from anyone from a police department to a medical examiner. It's been the Department of Homeland Security in some cases, the FBI in others, a request to consult on a case related to forensic anthropology expertise.
And how do you get involved in a request to perform a role as a forensic anthropologist?
In my case personally, I have never sought out these opportunities. Someone has always requested the consultation of me.
And so generally, how does somebody request you to consult on a case?
An email or a phone call to start the conversation.
Have you performed forensic anthropological assessments for coroner's offices?
Yes.
And can you tell us about how you get involved in that type of process?
Typically, the coroner's office will again call or email and provide some very minimal details requesting my lab, myself, our expertise in order to consult on a case. And oftentimes the first request is this feasible or not before going into any details?
Is there generally a type of case or a type of scenario of why a coroner's office would be asking for an anthropological examination?
Calls for speculation, objection.
Based on her experience?
Well, you qualifying this individual as an expert?
Yes, certainly.
Any objection to that?
I'm not sure what the qualification is.
In forensic anthropology?
Well,
I mean, I've got more questions if there's a
why don't
problem
you
with
do your
foundation.
foundation, just continue on if you feel you need to.
Have you been asked to assist coroner's offices in the past?
Yes.
And do you recall how many times you've contributed to a forensic case?
Somewhere between 50 and 100 times, probably. Contributions can be something from something very minimal to a very in-depth analysis.
Have you, in your profession, assessed skeletons?
Of course, yes.
And what does that mean to assess a skeleton?
Skeletal assessment or analysis includes taking a detailed look at the entire skeleton. I am also an anatomist, and so I study soft tissue as well. But when assessing a skeleton, it's typically only the skeletal remains. And so that's what I'm commenting on in this case. But it can be anything from assessing whether a skeleton is human or non-human, because it's actually difficult to tell in some cases, to a biological profile that helps us to assess the sex, the age, the stature of the individual. It could be a detailed trauma analysis to look for fractures on the skeleton, or it could involve assessing pathological or degenerative changes to the skeleton as well. Essentially looking for any evidence to qualify and quantify everything about that individual from their skeletal remains.
Any idea how many different skeletons you've assessed in your career?
Thousands.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer Dr. Agnew as an expert in the field of forensic anthropology.
Your Honor, I have no objection to her being qualified as an expert in skeletal biomechanics, but I'm not sure the proper foundation has been laid for forensic anthropology.
Well, do you wish to voir dire the witness?
Yes, thank you.
All right, why don't you go ahead.
Can I see your resume? Good morning.
Good morning.
We've met before.
Yes.
I came to your office, I think it was on August 5th of this year. Does that sound right? It was a Friday.
I don't recall the date.
Okay. Well, within this month, we met each other.
Recently.
So showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. 125. I'm sorry. And I'm going to focus on the forensic anthropology part of your testimony. Fair to say, you indicated on direct that you are a professor, and you said forensic anthropology, but your resume, this is a current version of your resume, is it not?
Correct.
So I just want to make sure that in terms of your academic positions right now, you are a professor at the School of Health and Rehab Sciences and the College of Medicine. And your screen is a touch if you'd like to use it as well. Do you see that?
Yes,
And then it is in the Department of Anthropology. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then the director of the graduate programs, correct?
Correct.
And then you have your position in the research laboratory, which is in the Biomechanics Research Center.
Correct.
And in fact, your work in this case is under the larger umbrella of biomechanics. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Just want to go now to, and those are your current positions as a professor. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to go to the classes. Give me one moment, Your Honor. This is double-sided. One moment. Can you help me find the classes? Sorry. I'm trying to find the classes. Maybe you know the page to direct me.
Close to the end.
Go. Teaching experience. Thank you. Page 25 of your resume. We've got, this is, again, current copy of your resume. You would agree, and let me scoot it up so we're sure to see the full page of 25, that of these courses, in terms of your teaching experience, the only one that even says the word forensic is the Intro to Forensic Science 3211. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
None of these classes are in forensics, let alone forensic anthropology, correct?
Correct.
Then going back to the page of 26, because I know that your teaching coursework continues on 26, and I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything with respect to your teaching there's no classes in forensic anthropology, correct?
Correct.
And again, I guess I just top of 27, with respect to where it does appear, is that there was a presentation at a CLE. Would you agree with me on that? Sorry.
I'm sorry, at what venue?
Yep, let me get the pages right. The double-sided is hard for me. With respect to the forensic coursework, the casework that you talked about, I just want to make sure I heard your testimony right. You talked about 90% of your work is research. Correct. And then you've talked about articles that you've done, presentations that you've done, so that would be in that 10% bucket, right? Outside of research?
No, the presentations, publications, and funding are all considered part of research.
And that's in the 90%?
Correct.
With respect to the questions that you were asked about cases where you've been consulted for forensic work, forensic anthropological services, your testimony was about 50 to 100 times you've made contributions. Does that sound accurate as to what you've testified to?
Yes.
You remember that when we met, I had asked you if you'd ever worked on a criminal case before. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember that you talked about, you've never worked on a criminal case before, have you?
I have.
You have. And is
You-
that listed in your resume, that case?
No.
Have
Not
you ever been
specifically.
qualified as an expert in forensic anthropology in a court?
No.
Have you ever testified as a forensic anthropology in a court before?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further is to this.
You get a page over here too. Dr. Agnew, just so we're clear, can you tell us what forensic anthropology means? What is that?
Sure. It's a subfield of biological or physical anthropology, dealing with the biology of the human condition, essentially. Forensic simply meaning as a subfield of that it's in a medical legal context.
And so, when you are performing work as a forensic anthropologist, is it similar to the way that you examine skeletal structures and bones in the other parts of your field?
It's not only similar, it's the assessment is almost exactly the same. The only difference is writing a case report that will be submitted.
And so, that's the kind of work you do all the time and have done all throughout your career at Ohio State and anywhere else.
Yes.
And there are times in which you have, you said, contributed in forensic anthropology. Can you tell us who you've worked with or for in those contexts?
As I said, I've consulted with the Department of Homeland Security, with the Smithsonian Institute, with, here in Ohio, approximately 15 different counties that have requested forensic consultation, various coroner's offices, potentially medical examiners in other states, specifically New York City, BCI. I can't recall the specifics of each individual case.
Generally speaking, when you do those consultations, do you write a report?
Not always. Sometimes the consultation is requested simply to identify whether the remains are human or not. And if the outcome is that the remains are not human, in some cases, a report is not requested.
Has any of your work in the field of forensic anthropology ever ended up in a courtroom?
No.
Okay. So this will be your first time actually having to testify about any of the work that you've done.
Correct.
And so the forensic anthropology work that you did in this case is the same type of thing you've done thousands of times throughout your career examining skeletons.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time I will again offer Dr. Agnew as an expert in the field of forensic anthropology.
I note your position. Ladies and gentlemen, as with all witnesses, when expert witnesses testify, it is your sole duty to determine the weight to give to the testimony of that witness. And so you look at each witness, including expert witnesses, accordingly. I will permit, the court will permit you to proceed forward.
Thank you. Dr. Agnew, I'd like to talk about what was asked of you in this case. So did you get involved in examining some remains that were found in the wooded area in Delaware County?
It was not known to me where the remains were found. I was asked to assess remains.
And who asked you to assess those remains?
Dr. Harshberger at Montgomery County.
And who is Dr. Harshberger at Montgomery County?
The coroner.
What specifically were you asked to look at by the Montgomery County coroner?
I was asked to assess a biological profile. It was my understanding at the time that the remains were unidentified. So a biological profile was requested to assess sex, age, stature, and population affinity. And additionally, then specifically, I was asked to prepare the remains and analyze them for any trauma present.
I want to talk generally before we talk about the specifics of this case, but if you're looking for trauma to bones, first of all, can you explain what trauma is for the jury?
Sure. Skeletal trauma to the bones in particular is any defect that's present on the bone from an external force.
And what do you do to examine a skeleton for signs of trauma?
Each bone is examined very specifically and usually using some sort of stereo microscope or some sort of equipment that can allow you to see more closely than what you can with the naked eye. In every foramen or hole and over the surface of the entire skeleton.
Based on your examination looking for trauma to bones, do you opine on the cause or manner of death?
No, never. That's outside of the scope of a forensic anthropologist's role.
And why is that?
That's generally left to the pathologist.
When performing work, when looking for trauma to a skeleton, do you look for something about timing of trauma?
Yes, the interval is usually also assessed.
Okay. So generally speaking, can you, actually let me approach this. Dr. Agnew, I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 126. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what is it?
These are examples I provided, just publicly available images, examples of different timings for trauma.
And would State Exhibit 126 help explain to the jury these different trauma windows or intervals that we're going to talk about?
Yes.
And it's time to ask the public State Exhibit 126 to the jury. Doctor, I'm going to start at the top left. You've got 3 different words there. Can you tell us what those are?
Sure. Mortem simply means death. And so these 3 different prefixes indicate different timings for trauma relative to the time of death. Antemortem referring to a defect that occurred prior to death. Perimortem referring to a defect that occurred around the time of death. And then postmortem referring to damage to the skeleton that would have occurred after death.
So let's start with antemortem, and that's in blue. So is the picture in the blue box in the top right corner the one talking about antemortem trauma?
Correct.
Can you tell us what antemortem trauma looks like, or how you determine that something is antemortem?
To classify a fracture as antemortem or occurring before death, it has to have evidence of healing. So those rounded edges that you see in the defect in that picture in the upper right-hand corner, that indicates that healing has occurred as the bone has responded in trying to fix itself.
Next, we want to talk about perimortem, and that's in red. So is that photo that's outlined in red the perimortem example?
Correct.
And can you tell us what perimortem trauma looks like?
Perimortem simply means that the defect, again, occurred around the time of death, and the characteristics that we would look for in that defect are that when the defect occurred, the bone retained its biomechanical characteristics that it would have in fresh bone. So those characteristics that are indicated here appear as jagged edges and a similar coloration throughout the bone.
And you mentioned around the time of death. What does that mean?
Around the time of death means that simply there's no healing evident on this perimortem defect.
And is that a date or a window of time?
It is a window of time.
And can you explain for the jury what that means?
The window refers to, again, when the bone is in its biomechanically fresh condition. So that could be days before death, if no healing has occurred, or days or months after death.
When you say the bone is in its biomechanical, I lost the last. Can you explain that phrase to the jury, please? What are you talking about?
Absolutely. Bone is a dynamic living tissue in the body, and it's not only a hard mineral substance, but it has a lot of fluid in it as well, water, fats, and so it behaves viscoelastically, meaning it's not just a very brittle material. And so the characteristics that surround perimortem trauma are related to how the bone responds viscoelastically during the event that caused that trauma.
And what does viscoelastically mean?
Viscoelastic is a mechanical term referring to the bone's dependence on how fast it's loaded, which is again related to the fluid that's inside the bone.
Let's talk about post-mortem, and then maybe we can explain the difference. So what post-mortem you have here in green, is that picture that's down in the bottom right corner, outlined in green, an example of a post-mortem injury?
Yes, although I wouldn't classify it as an injury post-mortem.
Trauma, I'm sorry.
It would be damage to the bone that occurred post-mortem. And so those smooth edges and the stark difference in color between the outside surface of the bone and the inside, as shown there, would indicate post-mortem damage to the bone.
Let me ask you if this is a good way to understand this. If I go and I try to break a branch of a living tree, does that break in a different way than if I take a dried out stick and I snap that rather than pulling something off a living tree?
Yes, that's a good analogy. The perimortem fracture with the jagged, splintered edges is a good indication of what that branch, that living green stick branch, would have looked like when you tried to break it, versus something that was dry and brittle and no longer having those same properties as the branch when it was living would look like, or similar to the lower right-hand picture of the post-mortem damage.
And so based on observing trauma to different skeletal elements, based on your observations, you're able to classify that trauma into one of these three different windows.
Yes.
Dr. Agnew, can you tell us how you received the remains in this particular case?
The remains were received in a body bag.
And do you know where the remains came from?
A funeral home driver, if I recall, transported them from Montgomery County.
So you received them after they had already been to Montgomery County?
Yes.
Hanging marks, the marks stays at 127 and 128. Take them all, look at those. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
And generally speaking, can you tell the jury what they are?
Photos that were taken upon simply unzipping the body bag to see the remains in situ when they arrived at my lab.
And what does in situ mean?
In the condition that they arrived in before we did any analysis or any processing, sort of a pre-photo.
That's a post stays at 127 and 128 to the jury.
Go ahead.
Showing you what's on State Exhibit 127, can you tell us what's reflected here?
The tag that was accompanying the body bag.
And did it indicate tentative on that tag?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 128, can you tell us what it is we're looking at?
Again, these are the remains as they were when we unzipped the body bag.
You receive remains that are in a condition as seen in State Exhibit 128. Do you immediately get out your microscope and start looking at them?
No.
So what has to happen with the remains before you can begin your assessment?
First, we'll take pictures such as these and assess what we can visually without any processing. And then as a forensic anthropologist, the goal is to isolate the skeletal remains so that they can be assessed and examined in detail. So in order to isolate the bones, there's a process of processing, essentially, to remove all of the soft tissue so that only the bones are left.
And generally speaking, can you describe what that process is?
There's numerous processes that can be undertaken to do that. In this case, we used maceration.
And what does that mean?
That means simply that we put the remains in this case, a room temperature water bath to soften up all of the soft tissue that had become mummified so it could be removed from the bones.
Let me show you what's marked sees it at 129. Hey, what's marked sees it at 129? If you take a moment to look at that. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Generally speaking, can you tell the jury what it is?
This is the skeleton after all of the soft tissue has been removed, laid out in general anatomical position.
Now this time, as opposed to 129. Dr. Agnew, show you says about 129. Now that the jury can see it, can you tell them what it is we're looking at here?
Yes, after processing and all of the soft tissue has been removed, the skeleton is laid out in anatomical position, and this is an overview photo of all of those elements.
Now, during this process, the bones were placed in a liquid,
Yes,
and the bones got wet during that time period.
yes.
Does the fact that the bones got wet again in any way impact your ability to see the types of trauma to the bones?
No.
Can you
The
explain that for the jury, please?
The moisture content that's important in this scenario is the moisture that's there when the defect or when the fracture actually occurred. Rehydrating it later, one will never make the bones go back to their original condition because we can't replace bone marrow and fat in bone. And two, we're not causing any fractures or damage to the bone while they're wet. All of those defects occurred earlier during the event, and that's how we're assessing those fractures.
Skipping ahead to the end, but did you ultimately author a report in this case?
Yes.
And hand what's marked as State Exhibit 130. If you could take a moment to page through that, please. Do you recognize State Exhibit 130?
I do.
And generally speaking, what is it?
It's the forensic anthropology report for this case.
And you were the primary author of that report?
Yes.
All right, this time I'd ask to publish State Exhibit 130 to the jury. Dr. Agnew, I want to start with the top here. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at?
Yes, this is the beginning of the forensic anthropology report.
does it indicate that you were requested that the remains undergo a forensic anthropological analysis, including a biological profile and skeletal trauma analysis?
Yes.
And is that what you conducted in this case?
Yes.
The next section of the report indicates a description of remains. Can you tell us generally what's contained in that section of the report?
Yes, it begins with describing the remains as we received them, as partially skeletonized and mummified in this case, and then continues to outline how we processed the remains, and eventually then presents the list of elements that were present versus not.
And so when you say elements, does that kind of mean what bones were there and what bones were missing?
Yes, bones and teeth.
Bones and teeth, okay. What does it mean for something to be mummified and partially skeletonized?
That means that a lot of the moisture that's in the body has not been retained, and so it takes on a similar texture to, a very, very dried leather, essentially.
And that was the condition of the remains that you had received in this case?
Yes.
Now showing you page 2 of the report. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a diagram showing the inventory of bones that were present versus the overview photo that we saw before.
Page 3 of the report, does this reflect that biological profile that you were speaking about?
Yes.
And just generally speaking, what was determined with regard to the biological profile?
That the remains represented a middle adult female of European ancestry.
And top of page 4 of the report, what's listed under stature?
This is an assessment of how tall this individual would have been during life based on the remains.
Next, we want to talk about the trauma section. Let's start. I want to talk about perimortem trauma. And we'll show some photos and get into more details here in a minute. But generally speaking, can you tell the jury where you observed perimortem trauma on this skeleton?
The majority of the perimortem trauma, or those fractures that occurred around the time of death, were in the neck region, with some additional on the face.
Where specifically in the neck? What elements or structures did you observe perimortem trauma on?
The hyoid bone, which is very high in the neck, sort of underneath your jaw, as well as the laryngeal cartilages that surround your voice box, essentially, a little bit lower than the hyoid in the neck.
And those are two separate structures in the neck?
Yes.
Is the hyoid bone connected to anything? Any other skeletal elements?
No, the hyoid is one of the only bones in the skeleton that does not directly touch any other bone in the skeleton. It's suspended by ligaments, and it has numerous muscle attachments that help with breathing and speech, but it does not articulate with any other bone.
You also mentioned generally some perimortem trauma to the face. Can you tell us generally what that was?
Yes, there was some perimortem trauma on the nasal bones and around the nasal aperture, or where the nose is on the face.
What did you do to examine these bones and determine whether the trauma you were seeing was perimortem or something else?
We used a stereo microscope that allowed us to essentially zoom in like with a magnifying glass to look at the features of the fracture very, very specifically because these are such small structures.
And can you tell us what a stereoscope microscope is? Can you describe that for the jury?
It's essentially a fancy magnifying glass.
And does that allow you to see things that you may not be able to see with the naked eye?
Yes.
During your assessment of skeletal trauma, do you also attempt to take photographs or document your findings?
Yes, of course.
And is it always possible to see as well in photographs what you can see when looking through a stereoscope?
No, of course not. Photographs are two-dimensional in nature. So what I can see with my eye, the naked eye, or through the stereo microscope would be three-dimensional and allow me to move the bones to see them from all different angles with different lights. Something that cannot be depicted as well on a two-dimensional photo.
Dr. Agnew, I'm going to hand you what's in March 6th exhibits 131 through 135. You can take a moment to look through those photographs. Dr. Agnew, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what are they depictions of?
The hyoid bone.
Now, this time it has to publish the exhibits 131 and 135. The jury.
Objection.
Dr. Agnew, I'm now showing you what's from March 6th, exhibit 131. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
This is a superior view of the hyoid bone, or if you were looking at it from above and looking down on it, how it sits in the body.
And how many fractures are present here in the hyoid bone?
2.
And you can draw on the screen, if you could you draw where those fractures are present? Is the entire hyoid present here in this photograph?
No, it's not.
Can you tell us what is not present?
The right side greater horn is missing, so that would be here. So that this structure would be, if it were complete, more symmetrical than it is now.
Where would you describe the location of the 2 fractures that are present on the hyoid?
They are in the greater horn of the hyoid.
And the greater horn being the lack of a better term, the pieces that are sticking off the end.
This area.
Okay. As in not in the center in the middle, but they're on the sides.
Correct.
Show you State Exhibit 132. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
This is a stereo microscope photograph. So again, essentially looking through the magnifying glass of the fracture margins of that hyoid fracture on the left side. Both pieces are present here.
And then State's Exhibit 133. Can you tell us what it is we're looking at here?
That same fracture, but with the separate pieces a little bit closer together to visualize how they would B, if the structure was complete.
Now showing you State Exhibit 134. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the fracture margin on the other side of the hyoid.
And then finally, Doctor, I'm showing you State Exhibit 135. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at?
This is, again, the same overview picture of the whole hyoid that was present in the middle, with the arrows indicating the close-up of those fracture surfaces for each side of the hyoid. And the picture in the upper right-hand corner is from an anatomical textbook showing the location of these structures in the neck, essentially. So the hyoid bone is colored in light brown, indicated up there, with the red lines showing the general location of the fracture, both fractures in this case.
And again, you've labeled this in red as being perimortem trauma.
Correct.
Can you tell us how you determined that this trauma was perimortem?
Yes, the fracture margins, or the edges of the fracture, are very jagged in nature, indicating that this fracture occurred while the bone was still in its biomechanically fresh condition.
Dr. Reagan, I'm going to hand you State Exhibit 136 and 138. Take a moment to put those over. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what are they?
Those are stereomicroscopic images of the fractures to the laryngeal cartilage.
And what is the laryngeal cartilage?
The laryngeal cartilage is the large cartilage as part of your larynx that on the very front of it, usually in males, has a more prominent feature, and that's what the general public refers to as their Adam's apple. So that's that same structure. It is a cartilaginous structure, but in many cases it can turn to bone. That's not an abnormal process per se, and so it had started to turn to bone or ossify in this individual.
So going back to page 4 of your report, you wrote the ossified thyroid cartilage. So can you tell the jury again, what does that mean for this cartilage to be ossified?
It just means that it had turned to bone.
And generally speaking, how does that occur, or why does that occur?
It's an age-related process, but it's very variable between people, and many different structures in the body that start as cartilage can turn to bone, including the cartilages on the front of the chest wall that attach to the ribs. And it's also very common for many of the cartilages in the larynx to turn to bone with age as well.
Would you characterize that as a normal process?
Yes.
That's the published Exhibit 136 and 138 to the jury.
Any objection?
No. Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Agnew, I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 136. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, this is one of the superior horns, or the projections that stick up off of the top of the laryngeal cartilage, indicating a fracture in that horn.
Actually, let me show you the. First of all, at the top of page 5 of your report, Are those photographs listed there, the ones that we talked about with regard to the highway bump?
Correct.
Now the bottom of page 5 of your report, are those photographs the ones depicting the ossified thyroid cartilage fracture?
Correct.
And so, states of 136, it's up on the overhead. Can you tell, based on your report, which side that is, which superior horn that is, left or right?
I can't recall just from looking at that picture.
Does your report indicate under those figures there which one is the left and which one's the right?
Yes, so that would have been the left.
States of 136 is the left greater horn of the thyroid cartilage.
Correct.
Did I say that all right?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you Exhibit 137. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
That is also a fracture in the thyroid cartilage.
And is that the other greater horn of the thyroid cartilage?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked Exhibit 138. And can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at?
Yes, this is those same photographs indicated on the screen, but in the context of the same anatomical depiction in the right upper hand corner showing the thyroid cartilage, which is that big structure in the middle, again with the red lines indicating the location of those fractures.
And so, with regard to the thyroid cartilage, how many fractures are present here?
2.
I'm going back showing you Exhibit 135. In total, based on your examination of these structures in the neck of these remains, how many total fractures were present?
There were 4 distinct fractures.
Dr. Agnew, you also is there a word to describe those fractures to those elements when with there being more than one? If I said to you the hyoid's broken on both sides, how would you phrase that?
From an anatomical perspective, we would call that bilateral.
And so what does bilateral mean?
Bilateral just means in elements and structures that have symmetry on both sides, for example, your left and right hand, when something occurs on both sides relatively equally, we would refer to it as bilateral. So in this case, the horns of the hyoid and the thyroid both experienced bilateral fractures.
So essentially 2 fractures on the left side of the neck and 2 fractures on the right side of the neck.
Correct.
Did you also examine the face?
Yes.
Dr. I'm handing you what's in March's Exhibit 139 through 142. Take a moment to look at those. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And generally speaking, could you tell the jury what they are?
Those are photographs taken at various angles of the face.
I got this time I asked to publish Exhibit 139 through 142.
No objection.
Dr. Agnew, I'm showing you Exhibit 139. Could you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a photograph close up to the front of the face in this direction. So the eyes are here, and what we see here is called the nasal aperture, or where the nose is in the center of the face, looking straight on from an anterior view or frontal view.
Now showing you Exhibit 140. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the nasal bones, essentially looking down on top of the nose from this direction. So a superior view looking down.
And now I want to show you Exhibit 141. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, these are those same images, but with some arrows indicating different timing of fractures.
So let's talk first of all about the blue arrows. What are those blue arrows?
All of the blue arrows are indicating locations where a fracture was identified that was ante-mortem. So there was evidence of healing in all of those, which can be seen by the rounded edges and where the fracture margins have come together and essentially repaired themselves.
And then there's another area with a red arrow. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at there?
The red the red arrow is indicating a location of perimortem trauma. So again, it has those jagged edges that can be seen there, and there's no indication of healing. There's none of those round edges that are observable in antemortem or healed trauma.
So you were able to see both perimortem trauma and antemortem trauma to that structure.
Yes.
I'll hand you what's marked as Exhibits 142 through 144. If I go for a moment. I did, but it was duplicative of 141, so I pulled that. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And generally speaking, can you tell us what they are?
Those are additional photographs to the face region simply from different views.
I'm going to show you first State Exhibit 142. Could you orient the jury as to what it is we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a lateral photograph or a photograph from the side of the face. And so again, this is the eye and this would be the nose here. And so we're looking at the left side of the face.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 143. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
This is an extremely close-up view, again, of the side of the face, focusing on the area around the nose. So again, the nose would be out here in this general region. That was a terrible drawing. I apologize.
And then I'm going to show you State Exhibit 144. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at?
Yes, these are those same photos with a reference, again, from an anatomical textbook in the upper right-hand corner. And the red and blue arrows are, again, pointing to evidence of antemortem or healed trauma versus perimortem trauma.
And so again, blue arrows being antemortem, red arrows being perimortem.
Correct.
This arrow in this location of the picture that I'm circling, is that a reference to that same injury that was previously shown on Exhibit 141?
Yes, that's that same region.
And then the other arrow that's indicated in the photo on the left is this other area of injury that you've noted on this exhibit.
Yes.
So two different locations of perimortem trauma to the general area that I would call the nose.
Correct.
And again, can you tell us what the difference is? Let's talk about the picture on the left. The difference between the area where you've drawn the blue arrows versus the area where you drawn the red arrows.
Yeah, the area where the blue arrows are pointing, again, shows those rounded edges in this area here where the healing process has started, as opposed to the area down here with the red arrow where there's no healing and sharp edges along that border.
Dr. Agnew, showing you page 6 of your report, some of those photographs here with circles rather than arrows appear also in the original report that you issued.
Yes.
During your review of the skeleton, did you also note any antemortem trauma?
Yes, the antemortem trauma was indicated with blue arrows on the previous pictures, and there were other instances throughout the body of pre-existing trauma that had healed.
And generally speaking, can you remember any of those in particular that you observed in the skeleton?
I think there was a previous ankle injury that had healed, as well as some rib fractures.
I want to talk specifically about the ankle. Showing you page 9 of your report. Can you tell us what it is that we are looking at here?
These are x-rays taken of the fibula on the top and the tibia on the bottom from the right leg. These bones in life articulate with each other. So the injuries that are indicated with the red arrows in this case are consistent with each other in terms of their location.
And then you note evidence of previous hardware in the red circle. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, it is very hard to see from this photo, but there were evidence of an advanced mineralization in the form of circles that does show up on the x-ray, despite it being hard to see here, that suggested that there was some sort of previous hardware or something in the body that the bone responded to.
What do you mean by hardware? What's an example of hardware?
A plate and screws, if an injury called for that.
So, if somebody had a previous ankle injury, there are times when someone will get screws or a plate inserted to help with the healing process?
Yes, that's common.
And that can be removed later on?
Yes.
She's not an MD.
I'll sustain that.
So, there was no actual hardware present, just signs in the bones that had been there previously.
Correct.
Dr. Agnew, I'm showing you page 10 of your report under conclusions, and can you tell the jury what the conclusions were that you reached in this case?
Yes, the conclusions were that the bioprofile indicated a middle adult female of European ancestry that sustained perimortem trauma to the neck and face, as well as had evidence of antemortem trauma and some minor systemic reactions in the bone throughout the skeleton.
And so specifically, with regard to the perimortem trauma, you said that it was consistent with a traumatic event involving the neck and face at or around the time of death.
Correct.
I have one more. I have no further questions this time. Thank you.
Mark, this was provided. I just wanted to let you know. One moment, Your Honor, if I can just get set up. I will probably go up to noon. Would you like me to stop then, and then I can continue after lunch?
Right. Yes, if you'd like to get started now.
Thank you, Judge.
And we'll monitor around that time frame.
Just based on schedule, if she's close, and we continue to get it done by 12:30 or so, that we have problems, so that our witness stuck with the lunch hour. But we'll see what we are.
Mark, can I have your exhibits?
I was trying to come back.
Oh, okay. Nope, then I can wait. You can wait. One moment. I'm going to go back to forensic anthropology versus biomechanics. You've been asked a lot about biomechanics, and you certainly heard me say no issue with you being having an expertise in biomechanics. Tell the jury what biomechanics is.
Biomechanics is essentially the study of how mechanically a material responds to forces, specifically biological material in the case of biomechanics.
So I know we talked about your teaching, and we went over the fact that you've actually, the one forensics class that you teach is in forensic science. I want to be clear, though, with the jury, so I understand your testimony. There is antemortem trauma, right? There is perimortem, and then there is postmortem, right?
Yes.
So there's the three different, and they're kind of like the evolution, right? Ante is before. We have perimortem, and as you testified to, perimortem could, when we say at or around the time of death, you would agree with me that that could be days from the time of death?
Correct.
That could be weeks from the time of death?
That's possible.
And even months are possible.
Also possible.
So at or around the time of death, days, weeks, or months, that could be included in that umbrella of things.
Yes.
And then separately, we have post-mortem, which is when the bone is dry,
Yes.
right? Doesn't have collagen in the bone. It's no longer wet. It's just dry, right? It's sort of that last phase.
It's dry, but it likely still has collagen in it.
Okay. But it's dry. We can just agree on that.
Yes.
I listened twice. And of course, I know the jurors are listening well, but I heard it first time, and then in 11:06, I wrote it down in your testimony. Let me get to it. That you indicated that perimortem was indicated, and specifically with Exhibit 135. Thank you. You used the word jagged. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 135. If you could dim the lights a bit. Thank you. I would appreciate it. Do you remember using the word jagged?
Yes.
And then you used it earlier in your testimony, did you not, to discuss perimortem trauma and observations about jagged edges? Do you remember that? You used the word twice. Is that correct?
Likely.
So I want to talk about, I presume you're familiar with Dr. Heather Garvin?
I know of her.
I presume that you are familiar with the Forensic Anthropology Introduction textbook authored by Christensen in 2019.
Yes.
You are familiar with this?
In general.
Okay, and I'm showing the witness what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit BB. It's page 415. At the top, it says, does it not, 13.3. Do you see that? Just trying to orient the jury. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go down here to the area that I have highlighted. Would you agree with me that right here it starts with talking about biomechanically fresh bone? And then it goes on to say evidence of perimortem trauma includes plastic deformation, hinge fractures, staining on the bone associated with hematoma. Do you see that?
Yes.
Evidence of perimortem. Let's read this section right here. Compared to post-mortem fractures, it says, does it not, fresh bone fractures are often straighter, where dry bone fractures tend to have, and what does it say?
It says tend to have a more jagged appearance.
Dry bone post-mortem, not perimortem. Right? When we're talking about the definitions of each. Correct?
Is there a question?
There is. Dry bones, post-mortem.
Correct.
I'm going to go back through your report. It is marked as 130. State's Exhibit 130. Let me zoom out. Fair to say this is a copy of your report that was submitted on January 11th of 2021.
Yes.
And I know you testified to, and I wrote down that you were the primary on the report. I just want to go to the last page if we could. First signature on the report is Angela Hardin, is it not?
Yes.
And second signature is yours.
I wouldn't call them first and second, but they're both present.
And I'm just wondering, because there's two signatures, and we know from your resume, I think it's page 17, where you list Angela Harden as being one of your students. Is that right?
That's correct.
So were you functioning in a peer review capacity in this case?
Yes,
You were. So Angela Harden is actually doing the work, and you're functioning as a peer in a peer review capacity.
not only in a peer review.
You would agree with me that peer review is,
Actually, you talked about it with respect to your journal publications.
where you write something and then you submit it for peer review and people kind of weigh in and give their thoughts and then send it back to you. So it's your testimony, though, that
Your function in this case was in a capacity as a peer review.
Not in the same sense of reviewing a journal article. In this sense, it was a collaboration of both of us contributing. Of course, since she was my student, I double-checked all of her work. In that sense of peer review, yes, I peer reviewed her contributions to this case.
Because, Mark, did you mark the addendum? I don't believe the addendum report was marked during your direct, but I'm happy to mark it now as Defendant's Exhibit CC. There is an addendum report to the work that was done by your department at the request of the Montgomery County Coroner's Office. Was there not?
Yes?
I just want to make sure that I'm not missing, showing you 4 of 4, that your signature does not appear in the addendum.
It does not. She received her PhD at that point.
And you preempted my question, because on this report, January of 2021, the reason why there's a peer review issue is because she's not a PhD. Correct?
I would not agree that there's a peer review issue.
She's not a PhD when your initial report is issued. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through the report. There's 2 pictures of that. You would agree with me that you understood at the time of doing your work in this case that being accurate was very important.
Of course.
And I'm assuming that you approach all of your work that way, right?
Yes?
it's accurate that you're consistent with terminology, right? It's accurate that you're consistent with findings,
Of course.
right? And I presume that you have reviewed your report multiple times for any
inconsistencies or consistencies, and if there were any inconsistencies, you would have fixed them. Is that right?
If there were any meaningful errors, they would have been corrected.
Okay. Let's go through this. Well, I'm going to skip around, which won't surprise anyone. But I'll just go right to this, on the heels of me asking that question. I want to make sure we're straight here. Trauma section, showing you what's been marked page 4 of 10 of your report. You would agree with me that that first paragraph and first sentence is dealing with perimortem trauma.
Yes?
Do you see that? You were asked questions about the nose. Just so we're clear, for a visual for the jurors, nasal bones are up top here.
Correct.
The maxilla is what we're talking about, the sides.
Correct.
The aperture is the opening. right? And then right here, we've got what would be called the nasal spine.
Correct.
Perimortem trauma. I just want to make sure I'm reading your report right. You don't list in that first paragraph any perimortem trauma to the right maxilla. You see that?
It's kind of hard to see with all of the red lines on there.
Sure.
It does not appear so, no.
Will it clear? It's on your screen too.
I can clear it?
Sure. You can see your report on your screen?
I can, yes.
Yep. So why don't I zoom in so I help you see it here. So I just want to know if in this first sentence you see right maxilla, perimortem trauma.
No.
And I just asked you that question about inconsistencies. Let me be more clear here. Down here, at the bottom screen, the left and the right nasal bones and left and right maxilla demonstrate both perimortem. You see that?
Yes?
So, and going back to the inconsistencies, I mean, this whole forensic analysis that you've been asked to do
Is to look at trauma, right? Is there antemortem, perimortem, or postmortem? And here we're already learning that in one area you say there is no perimortem to the right maxilla, and then on the same page 4 paragraphs later you say there is.
No, it says there's both perimortem and antemortem trauma present to those regions.
Oh, okay. Perimortem trauma was observed on the following skeletal elements. Tell me where you see right maxilla in that first paragraph.
It does not say right maxilla in that paragraph.
Tell me in your report
Where the pictures that you've been shown. Well, let me show you your report.
We'll go to this. One moment. Here we go. This is page 6 of 10. Do you remember this in your report?
Yes.
Now, going back to your report and the accuracy of it, you included on page 6 of 10 those 4 photographs, did you not?
I cannot see the page number on this.
Let me. May I approach, Your Honor? State's Exhibit 130, so that you can refer to your report.
Thank you.
As you need it. Uh, 6 of 10. Do you see those photographs there?
Yes.
These circles right here, what is picture D depicted?
Picture D is showing antemortem trauma
To what area of the face?
to the right maxilla and nasal region.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, that again, and let me scroll up so I can be sure about this. So this right here is the right maxilla.
Correct?
You would agree with me that this picture C is the nasal bones?
Correct?
This is the left maxilla, picture B,
Correct?
and this picture A is the aperture.
Correct?
So in your report, in picture D, you are circling antemortem trauma.
Yes, absolutely. Which
Which-
is what the words said on the first page, that there was.
Well, there's a
antemortem.
difference on your trauma section about whether there's peri or antemortem in the right maxilla.
The second statement was a general statement referring to both perimortem and antemortem. So I don't see the inconsistency.
So your testimony is that there is no perimortem trauma whatsoever to the right maxilla.
Correct.
I want to, as we toggle back and forth, your report, start from the beginning. You were shown where are those pictures of bracelet? One second. You were shown State's Exhibit 127, and this appears a zipper right here. So this tag is on the outside of the body bag. Does that seem to...
I don't recall.
I've shown you what's been marked as 128. If I could zoom in here. Do you see that there is a bracelet around the remains left wrist? Do you see that?
I see the bracelet. I cannot determine what anatomical structure it's on from this photo.
There's another photo. Here they are. I challenge anyone to stay organized up here. If you recall, and I will work to find it, but here we go. I'll mark this. Defense Exhibit DD. Appear to be, a different view of what we were just seeing in State's Exhibit 128. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes?
I want to zoom into what the bracelet. It says tentative, and do you see how it says noble there?
Yes?
And then WF52. Do you see that? Have
Yeah.
it clear?
Yes?
So as the remains arrive, it's consistent with the tag on the outside, Emily Noble, tentative, white female 52. And then there's also a bracelet on, you can't identify, but would you agree that this is the skull?
Yes.
And there's a bracelet right here that has indication that it's a tentative identification as Emily Noble. Do you see that?
Correct.
So, going back through your report, if I can, sorry, I don't have enough copies.
Amanda, sorry.
You talk on page 1 about the work that you did in this case, and you lay out the steps here in what is essentially 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes?
And I want to make sure, though, that before any efforts were made to remove the soft tissue, that there was no trauma assessment done before that work was performed.
Not in the way that I've described the trauma assessment to this point, because much of the bone was covered in tissue. However, we did assess what we could see and what was skeletonized before any processing occurred.
And show me what's been marked as D, or defendant's double E. Does this look like a fair and accurate depiction of what the skull looked like when it arrived?
I have no way to know. I did not take this photo.
And you don't have any independent recollection as to what it looked like when it arrived?
Well, it was certainly in a different position when it arrived.
So, fair to say what you recall is what you have photographed. Does that sound right?
What I examined and photographed, yes.
So then, let's just kind of go through the report, and I'll try to do it quickly. Is slender a word that you usually use in forensic anthropology?
It's a common generalized term to describe a skeleton as opposed to robust, yes.
Going back to 3, part of the process that you do, is it not true, is that when you rehydrate the mummified tissue, the next step is that you manually remove the soft tissue from the skeletal remains, correct?
That's correct.
And that's indicated in 3 right there. Is that right?
Yes.
Just want to make sure here where you talked about the 24-hour period, it says submerged elements for 24 hours in a 1-to-1 ratio of water peroxide. You would agree with me that in your summary, in your detailed report, it doesn't say for a maximum of 24 hours.
It does not say for a maximum of 24 hours. That is implied.
I'm going to go down here to where you talk about the foot bones. Showing you page 2 of your report. There's a number of bones in the feet that are missing when the remains arrive. Is that right?
Correct.
And that is depicted on these figures. That's the juxtaposition between those two figures.
There is no indication in the figure on the right about the phalanges or the toes. So that is only indicated in the overview photo on the left.
And when we say left, you mean this one. You tell the jurors, which photo's left to you? Sorry.
This one.
Mm-hmm. And so in terms of the toes that are missing, tell the jurors where that's shown.
Only in this photo.
And in the other one?
In the other one, if you push it up just a little bit, it says phalanges are not depicted. Oh, sorry, down to the figure caption. Correct. Dentition and phalanges not depicted.
This right here, right?
Yes, phalanges are referring to the digits of the hands and the feet in this case.
But then you have this red mark up here.
Yes, those are not phalanges.
And what's the red mark indicating?
The red marks indicate missing elements.
But there's missing toes, right?
Correct.
This sentence right here. The maxillary right and left second molars were removed for DNA analysis. You see that freestanding sentence there?
I see it.
But we know, and that's what you included in your report, correct?
Yes, I included that in the report as written. It was verbally told to me.
But
want to make sure, though, you were at the recovery scene on March, were you not?
I was not at the recovery scene for these remains.
That's what I thought you remembered when we visited. You said you were not there. So any witness that previously testified that in March of 2021 that you were at the recovery scene, that was not correct.
I was at the scene in March, which is associated with the addendum report.
Okay, so then let's talk about that. This sentence right here, the maxillary right and left second molars were removed from DNA analysis. That report is issued January of 2021, right?
Correct?
But we know that's not true, because when there's the recovery work at the scene in March of 2021,
2022.
22?
I'm sorry. I would
yeah.
have to look at the date on the addendum report. That is the recovery for the addendum that I was at the scene for.
Addendum report is issued in May of 2021.
My apologies. It's March 2021.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay. So that was unintentional. That was my marked up copy. So now we have oriented. I just want to make sure, because the sentence right here, and I'm just trying to go for accuracy. You know, do you not, that actually the maxillary right second molar was recovered from the scene when you were there in March of 2021?
Which was after this report.
No. Right. So you said in your report that you thought those molars were out for DNA testing, but actually you found one of the molars in the soil.
I was told that the molars were removed for DNA testing, so their absence is noted in the initial report as I received the remains. When I went to the scene, one of those molars, I think, was then recovered.
And I only pointed out, have you ever heard of garbage in, garbage out? You ever heard of that expression?
Yes.
So the information in your forensic anthropological report is based on what someone else told you. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you later learned to be not true because it's in the soil.
Correct.
Can you take a break, Ann?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break. Please remember the court's admonition, if you would.
Your Honor, out of respect for our experts' time, can we not proceed to the
I think
12:30?
we should take a break.
opinion as to cause or manner of death. Of course, I know this court knows the 5 cause or manners of death: homicide, suicide, undetermined, etc. I will just say that twice in his report, once on page 1 and then again on page 12, he says on page 1, I quote, "who died of a homicidal act," and then on page 12, he says in his report, "Emily Noble's death was a homicide," clearly testifying as to cause and manner of death. There is certainly testimony from Charlie Carlson as to who can determine a cause and manner of death. I would also note for the record, and I intended to use it for impeachment purposes, but on April 23rd of 2021, Dr. Smock gave a 14-plus minute YouTube interview. I understand that that was not under oath, but I do have a certified copy. And in that YouTube interview, when he is asked as to whether or not he can determine cause of death, his answer, and I quote on page 7 of the certified copy, is, "It's up to the medical examiner to determine cause and manner of death. The medical examiner determined it was a homicide." We know in this case, Your Honor...
That's not the entire quote.
I certainly agree with the medical examiner's opinion. I believe it was a homicidal death. Your Honor, with respect to Dr. Smock's report, it was issued in May of 2021. The coroner in this county did not render a decision or an opinion as to cause of death until after Dr. Smock issues his opinion. So when he issued his opinion, the cause and manner of death was only from head and neck injuries. It was not, at any point in time prior to him issuing his report, manual strangulation. If the timeline makes sense on that. The Montgomery County Coroner's Office in January of 21 says cause and manner of death,
They say cause.
is head and neck injuries. That's in January. Smock issues his report in May, and then on September 16th of 2021, so a year exactly after the remains were issued, the Delaware County Coroner issues cause and manner of death as both head and neck injuries and also manual strangulation. So prior to Dr. Smock's, there is no medical examiner that says anything about manual strangulation, i.e. and or homicide. He's not allowed to render an opinion as to cause of death.
Your Honor, if I may, I realize that's the timeline defense counsel wants to believe that occurred, but honestly, Dr. Hickman will come in and testify. It's the state's position that he'd come in before to talk about Dr.
He's
Smock.
the county coroner.
He is the Delaware County Coroner, Your Honor. He is not a forensic pathologist, so he cannot, he's a coroner. Now, we are calling Dr. Smock out of order because we're running so far behind. But prior to him testifying, if Dr. Hickman were to come in on the stand, he would tell this court that when he received the reports in January, he believed the manner of death to be homicide.
That will be his testimony, the coroner's testimony.
Delaware County Coroner Mark Hickman.
Okay.
He will tell you then, they get the report from Smock, and then it is a paperwork issue that takes so long to get this death certificate officially done and signed later. The paperwork issue is because the remains were at Ohio State. In the coroner's world in Delaware County, whoever has remains initiates the death certificate, whether it's a funeral home, whether it's the Montgomery County Coroner's Office. OSU was supposed to be initiating the death certificate. However, the forensic anthropologist unit at Ohio State University can't do that for whatever reason. So they are going back and forth trying to figure out how to get this death certificate started so that it can come in, be finished and done with. And they learned that they could do it themselves when the remains were not in their possession. And that's what they did, and that's what took so long to get the death certificate. It's not because of Dr. Smock's report. Now, Dr. Hickman will definitely say it was influential, but he will say after getting that Montgomery County Coroner's Office report and the forensic anthropologist report, he knew it wasn't a suicide, and he would say it was a homicide.
Dr. Hickman.
Yes.
Well, I think
one more thing, please.
Go ahead.
And Your Honor, The state of Ohio isn't a coroner system. So testimony regarding a medical examiner system, as she wants to impeach him with on a YouTube video, I don't think should be applicable. There are differences to both systems, okay? Now, I believe after the court hears from the training and expertise of Dr. Smock, you're going to find he has more experience than most forensic pathologists, than most coroners. And he certainly can opine based on his training and experience. He's a medical doctor. He's done emergency room. I won't get into all of it. You know where I'm going.
I guess the original question is, who can testify as to manner and mode of death? And I believe under the coroner system of Ohio, that rests exclusively with the coroner. And it's my understanding, as you just indicated, the coroner is going to say that. I don't think anyone else is authorized to say that other than the coroner. Now, you're telling me the coroner relied upon Dr. Spock's report to render his decision. In part.
In part, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine.
And he does also rely on the Montgomery County coroner's information. He also relies on the forensic anthropologist's information
I would assume
in
so.
coming to his conclusion. And he's permitted to do that as the coroner.
I'm not arguing. I don't think we're having an issue with Dr. Hager at this point. I think he's good, and I think everything you said can come in, and he can testify as to those issues and ultimately his findings. The question on the table is, can your expert witness say what the manner and mode is? And I think that's probably not appropriate. I think that's the sole, under the statutes of Ohio, the sole responsibility of the coroner. He can testify as to his findings, and certainly those are the findings that were relied upon in part by your coroner. And so you can get that in, and the coroner can address that issue as to what he found to be instructive in those reports as part of his decision. But I think the testimony of the doctor should be a lot like what we've had with this particular witness, the specific findings that were utilized by the coroner ultimately making that decision. So I think the answer is he shouldn't be testifying as to what his conclusion is as to what the outcome is. Now, he certainly can say, and I presume he would, that tying a rope around your neck is not consistent with the types of injuries down here. I don't know if he's going to say that or not, but I think that's kind of the issue here. Did the ligature cause these injuries, or was another mechanism that caused the injuries? He can talk about the difference between the two, but without him actually saying this is a homicide, because that's the sole job of the coroner.
Your Honor, and respectfully,
I mean, if a police officer comes on a scene and sees somebody with a bullet hole in the head, I think they can come to a conclusion that, and there's no gun present, it's a homicide, but that's not their role. The officer doesn't say it's a homicide, the coroner does. So I'm using that analogy. So.
If I may, defense counsel has had this report since the beginning of the case when we first handed over discovery. They are just now pointing these two issues out to the state. I would request 30 to 45 minutes to review some specific case law and the statute, because respectfully, I disagree that an expert outside of the Delaware County coroner cannot offer an opinion as to the manner and cause of death. So if you would please permit us that opportunity, because this is vital. And again, the defense has sat on it.
313.19
That's correct.
indicates that the cause of death, the manner and mode in which death occurs, shall be the legally accepted manner and mode in which such death occurred, and the legally accepted cause of death as delivered by the coroner. So the statute says the coroner will do that, and that's my ruling. The coroner will do that, but nobody else will. Okay?
Your Honor,
jury.
then I'm going to need...
You can make a record. I've made my ruling. If you want to make a record, go ahead.
No, Your Honor, I understand.
Your exceptions are noted.
I'm requesting time at the end of Dr. Agnew then to spend with my witness to ensure we
Have somebody else
respect
do
the
that.
court's ruling.
Oh, well, sure, you can do that. I think Mr. Sleeper is examining this witness, so feel free to go out and talk to your witness.
I don't think it's fair to ask someone to depart during the trial. Judge, I also...
All right, if you want a break, I'll give you the break. That's fine. I'll give you the break, no problem.
I just want to make sure that I understand the court's ruling. 313.19 says,
The court's ruling is your Dr. Smock is not going to be saying this was a homicide.
what he's going to say, it's a staged suicide. That's not been objected to. So the only thing he's not allowed to say is then that his opinion is this is homicide. That's the only objection. I want to make sure I understand.
Well, I suppose there is a distinction there, but
Okay.
that's fine. There's a lot of examination on direct across that can flesh this out, so we'll let the system do its thing. So, thank you, Mark.
Just make sure I...
Yeah, you got it. You got it. Good question. Good question. I guess you could bring your witness in too.
She's right outside to the right one.
I put a complete copy of the report and the addendum up there.
Thank you.
Those are the marked exhibits.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't have those before.
No problem.
I believe we are in cross-examination. You still consider yourself under oath? Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Agnew, I have, as I indicated to you just a minute ago, I put a complete copy of your report and also the addendum up there, just in case you need to look at them as opposed to the electronic.
Thank you.
Sure. Looking at page 3 of 10 of the report, I just kind of want to go through the report and just talk about some things that I noticed. Showing you State's Exhibit 127, again, that was the tag that you were, I think you were asked about that, where it says Emily Noble, WF52. Do you recall that?
Yes?
And going to your report, under the age at death section, I just want to, the last sentence, which results in the age of 27.3 to 49.1. That's the age range with respect to, based on your work in this case, that was the age range you're saying. Tell me what the mean is on your results like that. What's your plus minus? Or is the plus minus incorporated in?
For that range, the standard deviation is incorporated in.
Okay, so it's not like 41.1 years plus or minus 3. That's not what it is. This is your range for how old she was.
Correct.
And I just point this out. Obviously, we know from this that it just says 52, which certainly doesn't mean it's true. But obviously, from your work, you did the testing, and you determined her age to be between 27.3 and 49.1. Is that right?
Just to clarify, what I determined was the categorization of the macroscopic indicator on her pelvis, which is listed as a phase 4 from the published methods of Brooks and Suchy. And that method is what then determines the age range, not me.
So you used your literature, right? What do you call the scale? What do you call phase 4?
Yes, it would be a scale.
Sorry. You used the scale, right? Coupled with your experience and training, and this was your determination as included in your report.
Yes.
I want to just, down here, when you talk about the ancestry, just curious with respect to you including the nasal aperture width and the nasal bone contour. If there's so much deformation to that area, would you agree with me that you probably shouldn't have scored that? Or would you disagree with me?
I would disagree. Those particular features aren't only in the areas of antemortem trauma that would interfere with that, but they are part of that method with those 6 different traits. So they were included, but not relied upon solely.
I want to show you what's been marked as 6 of 10. This is in your report. Tell me you and would you agree that the photographs in your report with respect to any facial trauma, antemortem, perimortem, or the like, are on page 6 of 10? Tell me if I'm wrong.
Are you asking if all of them are included there, or?
In your report, you have your pictures begin, do they not, on page 5 of 10?
Yes.
Okay. And then we go to 6 of 10, which is right here.
Correct.
And then we go to 7 of 10, right? And 8 of 10.
There's pictures on those pages, yes.
No, my question is pictures of the face. The face. Those are on page 6 of 10.
Correct.
The other pictures in your report are either of the neck area or the femur or the scapula. They're of different areas.
They're of different areas that are not the face.
So I just want to focus the jurors in when they have your report that page 6 has 4 photos on it, and those are the 4 photos in your report with respect to any head trauma.
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at page 6 of 10. Showing you here, this is the picture in your report, and here you use colored circles, do you not? And when I say here, I mean in your report.
Correct.
And the purple circle in this, in the nasal aperture picture, you are identifying as plastic deformation, are you not?
The blue circle does include some evidence of plastic deformation.
And that was the purpose of the blue circle around the aperture in your report.
Yes.
And plastic deformation, would you agree, is essentially bent bone?
It's not quite as simple as that, no.
Okay, well, what is plastic deformation?
Plastic deformation refers to, in the sense of bone that has deformed to the point where it can't go back to its original state. So bones bend regularly without breaking, and that would not include plastic deformation. So when it is plastic, it's reached beyond the point of being able to return to its original state.
So let's just say that if there's a break in your arm, you can have a break, can you not, reset so that the bone is realigned, right?
Correct.
You would expect then to see, based on your description of plastic deformation,
that if a bone breaks and it's malaligned, as in it hasn't been reset, there could be some plastic deformation there.
That plastic deformation is referring to the change in the bone during the event that caused it, yet we can see evidence for it later.
So just a yes or no, or I don't know, with respect to if there was a break and it heals when it's malaligned, is it your testimony that you would expect or could see plastic deformation? Yes or no?
It's possible.
Here in this picture, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39, which is 139, which is a closer, just a single shot of the nasal aperture. Would you agree?
Yes.
And in showing you previously in your report, the circle, and I'm doing a rough circle, but is around the entire nasal aperture. You don't have a picture in your report specifically pointing to the deformation. Would you agree with me on that? You just have it in circle.
Correct. It's just indicating the general area.
So the general area is where you see it?
Specific.
Oh, tell me which one you'd like to use.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Specifically, it's in this area.
So your testimony is the plastic deformation is in, and I didn't need to circle it, is in the, let's do it again so the jury's, I won't circle over.
It's in this area.
That area right there. So when you encircle this whole area, really you're talking about this area in terms of plastic deformation. I just want to be clear because it matters.
There is likely also some evidence of it in this area as well, but most of it is in this area here. It's very difficult to see in these pictures, of course.
And right here, of course, is where you have marked in picture C, antemortem trauma.
Yes.
So we have plastic deformation where there's antemortem trauma. Okay? Want to just make sure, too, in terms of your report, showing you, this is, again, page 6 of 10. The green circles here are showing the viewer of your report antemortem trauma, right?
Correct.
So before. Is that right?
Yes.
Then
With evidence
today-
of healing.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry?
You said before. I just wanted to clarify that there's evidence of healing.
There's evidence of healing. And we know that one of the things that you can look for in evidence of healing is if it's shiny or rounded edges. Would you agree with me on that?
Rounded edges, yes. Shiny, no.
Okay. And because the bones were also put into peroxide, so, well, withdraw that question. So, and then you were shown State's Exhibit 141. And in 141, you're not using circles when you testified today. You're using arrows. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, those are arrows.
And in your report, you've got 2 circles here. And are there any other circles in that image, C? Or just the 2 antemortem?
There's only the 2 green circles in figure 5C.
And then noticed in what you testified to today in State's Exhibit 141, there's now this arrow here. Do you see that?
I do. That's indicated in figure 5B.
So let's go to 5B. 5B is this photo right here. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to make sure that where you're saying there is the perimortem trauma, I'm very clear on it. So corresponding with State's Exhibit 141 Is 141 corresponding to that circle up there?
The red arrow in the left-hand photo in 141 is indicating the top red circle in figure 5B, yes.
Okay, then let's go back and really talk about this. This area right here, this, would you agree that it's the same area right there?
Yes.
Okay, because your arrow is in two different places, and so I just want to know which of the arrows is
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike the comment. About the location of the arrow, she can ask a question about it, but she's making comments about what the pictures look like without asking a question.
Okay, I'm not sure I followed the question. Would you ask the question
Sure,
again,
Your
please?
Honor. It appears the arrows, right? We know that this general area is the same as this general area. So I'm asking you, and I understand they're in different perspectives, but this area, this arrow appears to be in the middle-ish. This appears to be on the top. Tell me if I'm wrong, because I want to really understand where you see the perimortem trauma.
Along the edge that both arrows are indicating, which is very difficult to see from 2D photographs. So it looks different from different perspectives. The picture on the left is a superior photograph and one perspective, and the picture on the right is an anterior. So one is from the top and one is from the front. So it would be very difficult to get the arrow in the exact same place.
As I recall from your report, that these photos were taken with the stereoscopic camera. Am I right about that? Is that how you say it?
Yes.
Okay, and check your report, but let me know.
Can you clarify what the question is?
Yeah. Which camera did you use to take these pictures?
The stereoscopic camera, or the camera attached to the stereoscopic microscope, is indicated in photo C.
And so I thought I heard in your direct examination when you were asked about the stereoscopic photos, you said essentially it's a microscope that allows you to see things that the naked eye couldn't see. Do you remember telling the jurors that?
I don't remember my exact wording.
Sound about right?
Or not? Does it not sound right?
I cannot remember if I said those words.
The microscope, the stereoscopic microscope, allows you as
A researcher to see things under the lens that you might not be able to see with your own eyes. That's literally why you use it, is it not?
Yeah, you might not be able to see it.
And that camera, that stereoscopic microscope, has a camera in it, right? There's a camera that's part of it that captures the same photos that you see through the microscope. Is that right?
Essentially, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 144. And tell me if I'm wrong, but State's Exhibit 144, this picture, is this picture in your report?
This exact depiction, no.
And do you remember when I came to your office and we talked about this picture in particular?
I vaguely recall it, yes.
Okay. And I asked you, we were talking about Auntie, and I said, well, this appears to be healed here, so this couldn't be perimortem. Do you remember when I asked you that question?
No.
Because one fracture cannot be both peri and antemortem. Wouldn't you agree with me on that?
I wouldn't agree necessarily.
Would you disagree?
It's possible that an existing fracture that had started to heal could again be re-injured.
And then we didn't ever have this picture in your report, but now we have the arrow here indicating perimortem. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And then you would agree with me in the companion picture in 144 that this is the nasal aperture, the nasal spine right here. Would you agree with me on that?
That's the anterior nasal spine, yes.
Yes. And there's no circle or arrow or anything there?
No.
No. And this photo is called ante and perimortem trauma, and there's no circle on the nasal spine.
Correct.
Also not included in your report with respect to antemortem fractures, and I know I asked you about this too when we were together, are all the rib fractures that were observed on the right rib, the left rib, the left rib, the left rib. I think there was 4 rib fractures. Do you agree with me on that on page 7 of 10 of your report?
Yes, I see that.
And remember I asked you why there aren't pictures of those antemortem fractures in your report, and you agreed there weren't.
There are not.
When we're talking about antemortem, perimortem, postmortem, you would agree with me, and we talked about this, that every individual's bones heal in a different way. Right?
Correct.
There are different factors that could influence perhaps how my bones heal versus your bones heal. Things like diet, genetics, if I have osteoporosis and maybe my bones aren't as healthy or strong as someone else's might be. Those are all things to consider when we're just kind of looking at issues with respect to bones, trauma, the like, right? We all heal different.
That's a true statement.
And then I guess I'll just jump to this photo, which page 8 of 10 in your report. Of 10. This is, you recognize this as page 8 of 10?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a stereoscopic image of an osteolytic lesion. And then I want to give you a closer up photo of this image depicted here, showing the witness what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit FF. Dr. Agnew, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And that's noted in your report, again, on page 8 of 10. You're familiar with osteoporosis or osteopenia, I presume, from your work on skeletons?
Yes.
And tell the jurors what that is, or let's start with osteopenia. What is that?
Osteopenia is a clinically diagnosed low bone mass, essentially.
And low bone mass means what?
It means that the person that's being assessed compared to a similar demographic has lower than essentially the average bone mass.
And in layperson's terms, if I have osteopenia, my bones aren't as strong as maybe a same or similar person.
I would not say that.
Okay, well, they aren't, what's the lay, how would you say?
That compared to the average person, that you had been clinically diagnosed as having a lower bone mass.
Okay, a lower bone mass. So, compared to the average person, I have a lower bone mass. And you would
No, to me, strong means a different,
Okay.
it has a different meaning.
Okay, this picture right here is depicting what?
An osteolytic lesion on the scapula.
And you noted that because this goes right to the issue that we were just talking about, right? With respect to bone strength, density, etc., right?
No, it was noted because it's an anomaly on the skeleton.
Okay. What about the osteolytic lesions, or on this picture showing you what's been marked? I thought you had an osteolytic lesion on the scapula. Did you not?
Yes, that's the same lesion.
So tell the jurors on Defendant's Exhibit GG where it is.
This, sorry. It's underneath my green
Okay.
squiggle now.
And so then this, the other picture that I showed you, is a close-up of that. Is that right?
Correct.
And the stereoscopic camera captures this photograph, and we know that from your report.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go to... Did you take the x-rays of the fibula and on 9 of 10?
Yes.
You took those x-rays?
Me personally?
Yes.
I pushed the button, yes.
Okay, that's just what I was wondering, because I want to make sure that you took the x-rays and you personally also took the photos that are contained in the report, or was that Angela Hart?
Angela and I worked together to take the images of the gross pictures, the overview pictures, the stereoscopic images, as well as the x-rays.
So are you not able to say actually which pictures you took and which pictures Angela took?
I don't recall.
Have you ever done a mummified case before?
Yes.
How many?
I don't recall.
Of the 50 to 100 cases you don't recall, how many were mummified?
No.
How many of those mummified cases that you don't recall did you write reports? Do you recall that?
No.
One moment, Your Honor, while I do my notes. Yes. I know we talked about just before the lunch break about your inclusion in your report about the molars and how you had been told that they had been submitted for DNA, and then you later learned that actually at least one of the molars was at the scene. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Let me ask you the greater horn photo. Well, I'll just use this one. Page 5 of 10. There was testimony about the missing greater horn. Right? You said that it was missing. It wasn't there for your analysis.
Correct.
Showing you your report. Oh, perfect. This is State's Exhibit 131. This is a closer image of it. And in the trauma section in your report, and tell me if you need to refer to it, you indicate that it's not present for analysis, right?
Correct.
Where is it?
I have no idea.
So when we're looking at this fracture, without that, you would agree that we don't have the companion bone here.
Correct.
And obviously you testified that you went back to the scene, and it also wasn't recovered at the scene. You are familiar, of course, and something we talked about just generally with respect to
Any time there is a body that's left in the elements, there could always be insect or maggot or some kind of animal activity, right?
It's always possible.
Always possible. And I just want to be clear that with respect to where that bone is you have no information about that.
No.
And you also testified as to 4 different fractures, and I just also want to make sure in your report that you describe them as consistent fractures with respect to State's Exhibit 131. Do you agree with me on that?
I said, or indicated that they were in consistent locations bilaterally.
In consistent locations, and you make that determination without this other bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of course, without the other bone, we don't get to see the edge of what would be there.
Correct.
Tell me if you'd like me to approach, but do you see, and this comes across as so bright because the bone is white. This area right here is I'm sorry, is State's Exhibit 142. Thank you, Your Honor. And again, just to this is the eye socket generally, is it not?
Yes, this region is the eye orbit.
And I know that in your report you don't note any post-mortem trauma, but as you look at that picture, or at any point through your work in this case, do you see or the post-mortem trauma in that eye socket area?
Yes, in this region to the ethmoid bone.
But that's not in your report.
No.
Show the jurors, it's where the arrow is. So that's post-mortem trauma. So right?
It's post-mortem damage.
Damage. The bone is dry here. Is that?
All of the bone is dry.
And this, you've been asked to do a forensic anthropological analysis, and in your report, you don't include the post-mortem damage.
Correct.
Nothing further. I'll get your photos.
Dr. Agnew, a few follow-up questions. Were all of the photos that you took during your assessment of the skeleton included in your written report?
No.
Or were those photographs included with your written report so that they could be reviewed, the ones you didn't pick out and put in the report themselves?
Yes.
You were asked about this missing hyoid bone. Can you give the jury an idea of the size of one of the horns of the hyoid?
Yes, it varies per person, of course, but it's a very, very small, fragile bone, and the greater horn is probably about the size of your maybe pinky fingernail.
So that's Although it looks big in these
Yeah, it's
microscope
hard to tell.
photos. That's how tiny of a structure we're talking about there.
Yes.
Was the lack of that horn on the hyoid, did that prevent you from being able to tell whether or not this was a unilateral or a bilateral fracture to the hyoid?
No, because the middle portion of the hyoid was present where part of that fracture margin was still present. So we only had half of the fracture, but it was still able to be analyzed.
And so with your respect to your determination of that being perimortem trauma to that side of the hyoid, was that finding impacted in any way by the fact that you didn't have the horn itself?
No.
You were also asked a question about animal activity. Is there a term that you would use for post-mortem animal activity that affects a skeleton?
That would likely fall under taphonomic damage, or we would call that scavenging evidence.
And what does taphonomic damage mean? What does that mean?
Taphonomic just refers to any processes that affect the skeleton after death. So in this case, it could be an animal. It could also be a tree root.
In your review of these remains, did you find any evidence of scavenging activity?
No.
Finally, you were asked some questions back before lunch about the process of tissue being removed from the bones. If damage had occurred to the bones during that process, what would that look like?
It would depend on the type of damage. I have seen before a scalpel blade accidentally nicking a bone and leaving a very clear, sharp defect on the bone. So that is something that could commonly happen.
Could any damage caused, again, not saying there was, but if there was damage caused during the processing of the bones, would that in any way look similar to perimortem trauma that occurred to those same bones?
No.
So is there any possibility that anything that occurred during processing would make it so you couldn't differentiate between that and the perimortem trauma that you've testified about?
No.
One more. I don't know if the question is thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. You would agree with me when you're asked questions about any possibility that you know as a scientist.
Science is not 100%.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope.
The question was, is there any certainty? And you said no, and I just want to make sure that you know as a scientist, you cannot say anything, even with respect to your best area and expertise in training. Nothing is 100% in science. Is that correct?
Nothing is already an absolute, so I can't agree with that.
Nothing is already an absolute. Nothing in life is an absolute, right? Okay. And then I just want to make sure, I thought I heard you on redirect use the word, one second. You said fragile bone. Do you remember testifying to that just a second ago, using those words?
I don't recall.
Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen, any questions? You have the choice. If you prepare those for us.
Jerry has a few questions. I'll read these to you, and I'm going to kind of bounce around, so there may not be real consistency to where I'm going from. Were you aware that when you received the remains that they were tennis shoes on the feet?
When I received the remains, there were no tennis shoes or clothing present.
Okay, so would you be able to answer the question of why are toes missing on the report when there were tennis shoes on the feet at the scene? Do you feel comfortable answering that?
I analyzed what was present when the remains were brought to me, and so I have no knowledge of anything that happened before that.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to tell how long ago the ante-mortem nasal trauma occurred?
No, I could not speculate about the amount of time that has passed since that healing started.
What factors influence perimortem fractures to appear as perimortem trauma? Is it days, weeks, or months later? Does the environment have an impact, or in fact soft tissue is covering it, have any impact upon that?
Those biomechanical characteristics for the bone to display perimortem features cannot happen if the bone isn't hydrated. So it needs to be in its normal, fresh state for that to occur. And in terms of a specific timeline, I can't say how long that fresh state could have been extended under different circumstances.
The environment could have an impact upon that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. How is it possible that no animal scavenger in the body was evident after 4 months in a wooded area?
That is surprising, but it is possible, and I am confident that we found no evidence of that scavenging on the skeleton. I can't say what happened to any of the missing elements, and so we can't rule out scavenging activity completely. I can only say that there was no evidence of it on the remains.
And did you note any rib fractures?
Antemortem rib fractures, yes.
So they were not perimortem,
No, they were not.
antemortem.
Yes.
And the last question, did you receive the autopsy report from Montgomery County?
No, I have never seen that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
No question, John. Thank you.
All right. Defense have any questions?
I think just when you're talking about perimortem and you said fresh, and I just want to clarify since it's been brought up again. Perimortem, because you can't tell, it could possibly be days or weeks or even months. That time frame at or around death.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. You may sit down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the next witness testifies, there are some legal matters that need to be addressed that do not require your assistance. So, not formally the afternoon break, but we are going to take a short break till we get those prepared and resolved, and then we can call the next witness. So remember the court's admonition. We'll call you back in just as soon as we can. Thank you. with you that I have provided you my final draft of the instructions, so at your convenience, review them for any additions, corrections, deletions, and we can, in fact, if you want to just get them to us by some form or other, I can address that, but at our mutual convenience, we'll have a charging instruction conference.
Thank you, Your Honor. We did actually have a marked up copy from Sunday that I forgot to tender, but Nicole mentioned that you had now issued a final. So we'll look at that tonight and then adjust our comments accordingly.
Outstanding.
Thank
Okay.
We'll get that to you.
Hey, Diane.
Yes.
seat. Say we call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Dr. William Smock.
You can raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, Dr. Bill Smock, S-M-O-C-K.
The formal name, William.
That's what my mom calls me.
I'm going to call you Dr. Smock. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you from?
Louisville, Kentucky.
What is your current profession?
I am the police surgeon for the Louisville Metro Police Department, the medical director for the Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention, and a clinical professor of emergency medicine at the University of Louisville.
We're going to unpack that in just a moment, but I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit 145. You can take a moment and flip through that document. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And what is it?
It is my resume or curriculum vitae.
And what is the date on the top of it?
April 2021.
So that's current as of April 2021.
That is correct.
How many pages is it?
83?
Double-sided?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury? Place the first page of State's Exhibit 145 on the overhead. And I want to talk a little bit first about your educational background. Can you give the jury a history of your schooling, etc.?
Yes, ma'am. I went to college at a small college called Center College in Danville, Kentucky. Graduated in 1981. Then obtained a master's degree in anatomy from the University of Louisville School of Medicine. Then entered medical school in 1986 and graduated in 1990. I then completed a residency in emergency medicine at the University of Louisville School of Medicine. And then completed a one-year fellowship in clinical forensic medicine with the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office.
And what does that entail?
Which the
clinical
residency,
fellowship.
the
Yeah,
fellowship.
We'll start there.
Sure. Residency is training for doctors. The training in emergency medicine was 3 years. It was at our what's called a level 1 trauma center, which means it's a highest level of trauma care that can be provided anywhere in the country. It's where the doctors train. That's where medical students train. So we, at our level 1 trauma center, we get 100, 120 patients a day, gunshot, stabs, beatings, strangulations. When you're injured, you go to a trauma center, hopefully that high level. So I did that for 3 years, taking care of thousands of patients every year. Then after graduating, then completed a fellowship, which is a one-year program of additional training with the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office. What that means is being trained by forensic pathologists, attending autopsies every day, and applying that science of forensic medicine to dead people, but principally to living patients. So in Louisville, you don't have to die to see a forensic doctor. So if you're stabbed, beaten, strangled, whatever, gunshot wound, the police can actually request that a forensic doctor or nurse come to the emergency department or the intensive care unit and do what we call a living forensic autopsy. look at your injuries just like the pathologist does, but we don't get into you. You're still alive.
And so you have your medical degree, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you are a medical doctor.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And as part of your training and experience in emergency room medicine, did you become and pass your board certification examinations in that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what years were those?
In 1994 and then 2004.
Now, you indicated that you completed your fellowship at the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office. What is a medical examiner's office in Kentucky?
In Kentucky, that's where forensic autopsies are performed. We have forensic pathologists on staff. We have forensic pathology residents that are also part of that training program. So when a coroner in Kentucky says we would like an autopsy on someone who died for whatever reason, then they go to the medical examiner, and that's where the autopsy is performed.
And you completed a one-year fellowship there.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What is clinical forensic medicine?
Clinical forensic medicine is taking that same forensic pathology science, but applying it to, most of the time, to that living patient. So again, the patient who gets shot, stabbed, beaten, that comes to our trauma center to do that living forensic autopsy. Same science, same principles of forensic medicine, but applying it to the living patient. Most of the time. Sometimes we do it on deceased, where we're trying to figure out who was the driver, who was the passenger in a car. But most of the time it's for living patients.
And you also indicated that you've received training from forensic pathologists. What are forensic pathologists?
Forensic pathologists are the doctors that perform autopsies.
Have you been trained by forensic pathologists?
Yes, ma'am, since 1994 was when I first began receiving training from forensic pathologists in the analysis of injuries.
And can you describe that training?
Yes, ma'am. Beginning in 1984 was when I did my master's degree in anatomy. At that time, I became an investigator for the medical examiner's office and the Jefferson County Coroner's office, and that would include going to scenes to document what were the conditions at that scene where that individual died, photographing the injuries, the situation, then going the next day to the autopsy, documenting the injuries that we found at autopsy, and then going back to the scene and reconstructing what happened. Usually it was involved motor vehicle trauma, but there were other cases of other types of trauma where I would, as part of the investigation, part of the master's degree, was go to every fatal motor vehicle collision that occurred in Jefferson County during an 18-month period.
And then you indicated that you've worked with pathologists ever since then.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And with what frequency?
From 1991 through 97, I was an assistant medical examiner at the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office. Continue to work with pathologists at the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office, actually to the current time, but also work with forensic pathologists at other agencies around the country. Denver Medical Examiner's Office, trained them. San Diego Medical Examiner's Office, trained forensic pathologists in other countries, including Scotland, England, Colombia in South America, Australia.
And so you've participated in forensic autopsies then?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many or approximately?
No, thousands.
And have you been trained to actually perform an autopsy?
Yes, ma'am. I was trained to be what's called the diener. Some people call it an autopsy assistant. That means that I was the one who would actually make the incision in the body, open it up, cut the organs out, hand them to the forensic pathologist for them to do additional dissection, put the organs back in, sew the body up, and get it ready to go to the funeral home.
And you indicated that you've also trained internationally and specifically mentioned Scotland. What was that focus of that training and when was that?
The first training was during medical school. In the United States, there was no clinical forensic medicine training program anywhere in the United States at that time. So met a forensic pathologist by the name of Tony Vasudal, who worked in Scotland with New Scotland Yard. So I spent 2 months in Scotland doing daily autopsies, going to crime scenes, doing forensic investigations with the forensic pathologist there. So that was in 1989 during medical school. But I've continued to go back and actually train physicians in England and in Scotland in forensics.
And can you review again your current positions, and in your current positions, do you routinely go to death and crime scenes?
Yes, ma'am. As the police surgeon, which is a unique term or position in Louisville, it's the doctor for the SWAT team. It's the doctor that advises the police chief on healthcare policies. But most of the time is spent doing the forensic consultations with detectives, homicide detectives, domestic violence detectives, crimes against children detectives, traffic officers, to help them figure out what happened, which many times includes being called to the scene of what happened, to help them analyze what do we see at the scene, what evidence needs to be collected, what's the best way to collect that and preserve that evidence, and then ultimately, once we send that information to the crime lab, then to assist the detectives in how we interpret the evidence that we saw and then what the other evidence was the crime lab analyzed.
How many crime or death scenes have you been to?
More than 1,000. I don't keep count anymore.
And so then fair to say, do you train law enforcement in how to evaluate and collect evidence at scenes?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And have you created a educational course on how to evaluate staged crime scenes?
Yes, ma'am. I trained officers from the Louisville Metro Police Department at our police academy. I've also trained the FBI agents recently just out in Wyoming. I've trained, I've created a new course in it's called Getting Away with Murder, The Challenges of Staged Crime Scenes. That's a course that will be offered for the first time in October of this year, where we're having law enforcement, prosecutors, judges, defense attorneys, all come to this first course of its kind that we've created in the United States, of taking 4 cases of actual staged crime scenes and having those individuals work through them. How do they work through the scene? What's going to be great is we have mannequins. We made real mannequins that...
Dr. Smock, can I focus you on your experience?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you'd asked about...
Sounds thrilling, but I want to get through your experience and get to this case if we can.
I'm sorry. So, yes, I trained people on how to evaluate crime scenes, if that was your question. I'm sorry. My apologies.
And have you trained local authorities within the United States?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And that is including to recognize staged crime scenes?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously been recognized as an expert on staged crime scenes in a homicide trial?
Yes, ma'am.
And most recently, when was that?
It was within the last year. I've had several. The last one was just 2 weeks ago.
And now you talked about the police surgeon, a clinical professor for emergency medicine. What does that mean?
At the University of Louisville, they have doctors that are full-time, and I was full-time through 2011 in our trauma center. After I went full-time with the police department in 2011, I remained what's called a clinical professor, and these are professors that donate their time to train medical students and residents. So medical students and residents will come and do rotations with me at the police department. They come and we do clinical forensic medicine, we do literature reviews, we analyze cases, we go to crime scenes. I put them with the SWAT team so they can get trained in tactical medicine. So the doctors and medical students will come and rotate with me. Sometimes for a month. I have 2 current medical students who have been with me for the last 2 years. So it's...
And that's a position you occupy today still?
That is correct.
How long have you been a clinical professor of emergency medicine?
Since 2011.
And then, can you tell the jury, I'm going to point to State's Exhibit 145, the medical director for Alliance for Hope International Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention. Can you explain what is the Alliance for Hope International Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention?
Yes, ma'am. It's a mouthful. The Training Institute is a partially Department of Justice funded nonprofit that provides training to people around the world, usually doctors, nurses, police officers, prosecutors, defense attorneys, judges, in how to evaluate cases of fatal and non-fatal strangulation. This is everything from the victim through the investigation, through the documentation of the injuries, the interpretation of the injuries, and then on the criminal side to the police and the prosecutors, what evidence is there or isn't there to take this case forward.
And how long have you been the medical director for that institute?
Since 2019.
Were you a part of that institute prior to that?
Yes, ma'am. Joined the institute in 2011 and was chairman of several of their medical subcommittees. But in 2019, they asked me to become their medical director.
As a police surgeon in the state of Kentucky, are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
Actually, in the state of Indiana, I am.
And how long have you been a sworn law enforcement officer?
Since 1997.
Now I want to take you back a little bit to, again, your time as an emergency physician at the University of Louisville Trauma Center. And you indicated that was a level 1 trauma center.
Yes, ma'am.
And how many patients would you see there while you were an emergency physician?
Probably in my career more than 100,000. We get probably 60 patients per 12-hour shift. And if you figure minimum 12 shifts a month for 12 months for 20 plus years, that's tens of thousands of patients.
And does that include patients with facial trauma?
Every day. Yes, ma'am.
Does that include patients with neck trauma?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that capacity, have you also authored death certificates?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you the first physician in the United States to complete a postgraduate fellowships in clinical forensic medicine?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And can you explain when that was and what that means?
Yes, ma'am. Remember I said that in the United States, there were no programs to train doctors in clinical forensic medicine, which is why I went to Scotland to learn how they do it in the countries where they have a clinical forensic physician in most major cities. So I went there, and that was part of the training to what is the curriculum that a clinical forensic physician needs to have. So I then got that. I brought that back to the University of Louisville and to the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office, and it was because of that training and the information that that first fellowship was created in the United States to train doctors in the science of forensic medicine, but applied to living patients.
And what is forensic medicine?
Forensic medicine basically means legal medicine. It's the type of medicine where there will be a legal question, cause or manner of death, cause or manner of particular injuries. How do you interpret information? Could be a toxicologic information. Could be analysis of the way a bone is broken. Could be analysis of a crime scene. It's what we call legal medicine.
And as part of your, how long have you been at this, Dr. Smock?
Been
Been a emergency room physician?
since 1990.
a clinical professor in forensic medicine?
A professor since 1994. After I finished the fellowship, I then joined the faculty as an assistant, then associate, then full professor.
And so can you do the math for me because it's late? How many years have you been doing this?
I've been going to the crime scene since 1984, so that's 38 years.
And how many years have you been a police surgeon?
Since 1993.
All right, so 30 plus years of experience.
Yes, ma'am.
And in your 30 plus years of experience, do you read literature?
Every week.
And that literature is relevant to your role as a police surgeon?
Yes, ma'am.
As someone who attends and researches and aids law enforcement in the analysis of staged scenes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, have you yourself written and edited any textbooks on clinical forensic medicine?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
How many?
4 books, one book published in London, one in the United States, first and second edition, and then most recently a workbook on strangulation.
I'm going to show you 2 books that I'll mark for identification purposes, just stated Exhibit 147. I'm not going to admit them. What are these? This one's really heavy. Sorry.
This is a book called Forensic Medicine, Clinical and Pathologic Aspects. That's Tony Basuto was my mentor over in Scotland. So this is a book written for forensic pathologists and for police surgeons.
And you're a contributing author to that book?
Actually, editor.
Editor.
Yeah.
All right. So you're editing a book that trains forensic pathologists and police surgeons.
Yes, ma'am.
And the other one?
The other is called Forensic Emergency Medicine. This is the second edition. This was a book written for emergency physicians in the United States on how to evaluate trauma patients from the forensic standpoint. So patients that would come into the ER, stabbed, beaten, strangled, shot, whatever, this gives that emergency physician, information on how to evaluate it, just like what we did for forensic pathologists, but this is for ER doctors.
And you are contributing what to that?
Editor as well.
Now, Dr. Smock, have you received any awards during your career?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And can you summarize some of those for the jury, please?
Certainly. I have awards from the University of Louisville for public service, from my college for public service, from forensic nursing organizations, from prosecutor organizations, from police organizations, from locally from my peers. They have what's called Top Doc Awards. Had that for several years too.
One moment, please, Your Honor. In addition to the books that you've authored, have you also contributed or written articles?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Now I'm going to just put one of the pages from State's Exhibit 145 on, page 17. And if you can, let's just start down here. And
Yes,
just
ma'am.
list some of them off, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is most recent. This is on gunshot wounds for surgeons. There's one on podoconiosis, which is a fancy term. I take medical students to Africa. So my medical students on our medical missions come back and write papers. I've got one on tasers, one on guns, gun safety.
And then the list continues, does it not?
Yeah, I think there are probably 40 chapters and articles in there.
Fair to say that's just a snapshot of your experience.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to give the jury and the court an understanding of how many articles or literature you've reviewed regarding clinical forensic medicine?
Hundreds. When you edit textbooks, you have to be very familiar with the literature. So that if something is written, you need to make sure that it is accurate because your name's going on it.
And the same question for emergency medicine.
Yes, ma'am.
Is how many articles or literature can you estimate that you've reviewed?
Written 40 articles and chapters, but have been editing way more than that.
Do you consider that to be important in your career?
Absolutely. It's critical for any physician to be up with the current literature and know what the science and the medicine says. You have to have that.
And I want to turn now to a little bit about your qualifications regarding the area of strangulation. Have you received training yourself on non-fatal and fatal strangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what training is that?
Well, the fatal started with the medical examiner's office, looking at people who've been fatally strangled, looking at fatal hangings. In the emergency department, we see people who have been strangled, because that's where they come for care. I've seen people who were hung but didn't die, and so they will come to the emergency department. But I've been evaluating fatal and non-fatal strangulation again for more than 38 years.
And that's in addition to your training to be an emergency room physician and in forensic medicine.
Yes, although there's clearly overlap because when you're strangled and you survive, you're going to come to the ER, you're going to come see an ER doctor. So there's the forensic portion and the consults, but then there's also taking care of those living patients that come in to see you for care and treatment.
And in your experience for the last 38 years, how many injuries or necks of strangled patients have you examined?
Thousands.
And this includes observing injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
Both internal and external?
Yes, ma'am.
And both the living and the dead?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you assisted in the autopsies of fatal strangulation victims?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many fatal strangulation autopsies have you attended in your career?
Oh, I don't know. Hundreds.
And do you continue to consult on those fatal strangulation autopsies?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Now, as your time as an emergency room physician, do you have experience treating victims of assault and strangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many?
Thousands.
In the last year, how many trainings let me back up. Do you teach now on or train others in strangulation?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been teaching since before medical school.
And then with regards to strangulation, same?
Teaching since my emergency medicine residence, so since the early 90s.
And how many trainings in the past year have you been a part of or conducted where you're teaching?
For
or
my
consulting?
teaching, it averages about 2 trainings per month somewhere in the country. A lot of it's been virtual, but now we're getting back to in person.
And have you ever taught internationally on the subject of fatal and non-fatal strangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times in your career do you think you have provided these trainings, an estimate?
over 100 trainings.
And do you train medical students yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And attending physicians?
Yes, ma'am.
Where at?
Oh, all over the country. I do what's called grand rounds. That's where at a hospital a doctor will come in and we'll get the doctors together or the residents and medical students and then give them, usually it's an hour, sometimes it's 2 if we can squeeze out 2, of how to evaluate victims that have been strangled.
And have you been qualified and recognized as an expert before in forensic medicine?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
In the United States?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been qualified and recognized as an expert before in strangulation
Yes, ma'am.
in the United States?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how many times?
Oh, more than 100.
Including here in Delaware County.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you edited and reviewed textbooks on the evaluation of strangulation victims?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
4 textbooks.
Those are the ones we already talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you conducted research and literature reviews into the effects and medical consequences of strangulation on humans?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've actually seen that as an emergency room physician?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a police surgeon?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a medical director for the Alliance Hope Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you yourself authored a specific protocol on how to medically evaluate victims of strangulation?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Has that protocol been adopted by any physicians, hospital, medical professionals that you know?
Yes, all over the country, including here in Ohio.
In your past experience, have you been called upon by state and federal prosecutors to assist in the investigation and prosecution of felony strangulation cases?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Are you currently on contract with anyone
Yes,
to
ma'am, I
provide?
am.
Who?
With the U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, Department of Defense, to assist them in their evaluations, and then most recently, NCIS.
What is NCIS? That to me is a television show.
Yes, Naval Criminal Intelligence Service.
And have you testified before in multiple state and federal courts as an expert in the consequences and medical effects of strangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been recognized as an expert in that area in state and federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
No, I don't keep track, but it's more than 100.
And you've reviewed and consulted on cases involving strangulation for the FBI?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you ever, let's change gears a little bit though, have you ever consulted with someone accused of strangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
And who engages your services then?
Those would be defense attorneys, criminal defense attorneys will have brought me cases involving strangulation.
And have you ever testified on the behalf of someone accused of a crime before?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And I want to go back to just your experience again regarding police surgeon and in the emergency room. Have you ever conducted suspect exams?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is a suspect exam?
A suspect exam is when a detective has a crime and they want not only an exam on the victim of the crime, but also on the person allegedly who inflicted a particular injury. Stabbing, gunshot wound, strangulation, beating, whatever. To do that same sort of evaluation, does the suspect have any injuries that would be consistent or inconsistent with a history that they gave?
One moment, please, Your Honor. I would tender Dr. Smock as an expert in forensic medicine, and an expert in emergency room medicine, in crime scene analysis, and strangulation.
Is that before you?
I'm sorry.
Could I board you with?
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Diane Menashe on behalf of Matheau Moore. I know you were asked about your training, but you are not a pathologist.
That is correct. I am not.
You are not an anthropologist.
That is correct. I am not.
You are not a board-certified forensic pathologist, by
That-
extension.
That is correct.
With respect to what a police surgeon is, I know you've been asked this question a number of times. You would agree with me that your answer as to what a police surgeon is that you're a physician trained in forensic medicine to assist detectives in cases involving living victims, living patients. Is that right?
That is one portion of my duties as a police surgeon. That is correct. One portion.
In the cases where you worked with non-living individuals, you were trying, for example, to determine, like in a car accident, who was the driver, who was the passenger in a motor vehicle collision, where both occupants were ejected, one clearly driving. Do you remember, does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because your work is in living victims.
My work is with living, but it's also with decedents as well.
And in that example that I just talked about, with respect to crime, you are not a crime scene reconstruction expert, correct?
There are portions of crime scenes that I reconstruct. So, gunshot wounds, car wrecks. So yes, there's a portion of what I do that does reconstruct what happened at a crime scene.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit HH, and these questions are with respect to your qualifications. Do you recognize this page generally?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You would agree with me that you go onto the Louisville Metro Police Department and this is the page that comes up?
I don't know if it's on the website or not.
Okay, and where do you recognize it from?
I've seen it before. It's a document that's been out there.
Okay, and this is you, right?
It
And
is.
that's you in a uniform, because I heard you say you were a physician in blue.
No, never said that, but clearly I'm wearing a blue uniform.
I'm just curious with respect to your qualifications on this. Where, if anywhere, does it say that you're a crime scene reconstruction expert?
It does not state that specifically. What it states is internationally recognized forensic expert and trains nurses, physicians, law enforcement officers, attorneys in multiple fields, including officer-involved shooting, strangulation, gunshot wound, injury mechanisms, and motor vehicle trauma.
No, I understand that, but you're being tendered. One of the things I wanted to board deer on is as an expert in crime scene analysis. And you would agree with me that there isn't any indication of your expertise in crime scene analysis.
On that document, that is correct.
Furthermore, just want to talk about in terms of your qualifications right here. Your current employer is the Louisville Metro Police Department, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the Institute of Clinical Forensic Medicine and Nursing. That's a company that you started in Indiana, is it not?
That is correct.
And despite it saying institute, it's just a body of one, right? It's just you.
It is me with part-time forensic nurses.
And that company is called Clinical Medicine and Nursing. It is not any crime scene analysis or reconstruction as that entity is named. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, the name is the Institute of Clinical Forensic Medicine and Nursing.
Your Honor, I would object to any tendering of this expert in crime scene analysis.
I'll let you, if you have any further questions on the topic, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Smock, the defense counsel talked to you about being a police surgeon, but that's actually only one of the jobs you've ever had, right?
That is correct.
And that's one job where you actually analyzed crime scenes,
That is correct.
right? And so in your role as a police surgeon, how often do you go to crime scenes?
Could be several times a week. It depends on when I get called.
And so in that role, how many crime scenes have you evaluated?
Hundreds, if not more than 1,000.
How many have you attended?
Again, hundreds, if not more than 1,000.
And again, you actually train and help law enforcement to look at the evidence at a crime scene,
Yes, ma'am.
to decide, what is going to be, what is evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
how is it going to apply.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so being a police surgeon and that one piece of document, see that piece there? Just hold it up, that Defendant's Exhibit HH. I mean, this is taken off a website, right?
That is correct.
Did you write your 38 years of experience on this website piece of paper?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, in addition to being a police surgeon, you're also an emergency room physician.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you have seen individuals report to you with trauma,
Yes, ma'am.
including facial trauma, neck trauma.
Your Honor, my objection, just for clarification, is with respect to any tendering as to crime scene.
Right, this is.
I'm getting there.
Okay, go
I'm
there,
getting there.
go there if you would.
All right. Yes?
That is correct.
And that's the trauma is what?
Trauma is some force being applied to a human body.
And that can be the result of an accident.
Yes, ma'am.
That could be the result of an intentional act,
Yes, ma'am.
a crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And so in your role as an emergency room physician, those observations you make about trauma, do you use those as you evaluate crime scenes?
Absolutely, I do, because the victim, the patient who comes in, is a living crime scene. We collect evidence on victims who come in. So the victim is a crime scene, as well as that, what we think of as that physical crime scene.
And the injuries speak to you regarding what occurred at a scene,
Yes, ma'am.
and you have observed how many of those in your role as an emergency room physician?
100,000?
Now, defense counsel was, in addition to being a police surgeon, the emergency room physician, you also have your own institute that you started with forensic nurses.
Yes, ma'am.
And does that have anything to do with crime scene analysis?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And explain that to the jury, please.
When a prosecutor's office, a police officer, or police department, or a federal agency comes to me with a case, part of what they're asking me to do is to evaluate whatever evidence is there, including the analysis of the evidence and the crime scene itself. Is the crime scene and the evidence consistent or inconsistent with a particular history that has been given?
And then you indicated again also that you are the medical director for the Alliance of Hope Institute on Strangulation Prevention. Does that have anything to do with crime scene analysis?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am. As part of the courses that we give, we teach individuals, whoever comes to the training, police, prosecutors, nurses, doctors, about evidence collection, evidence interpretation, and how that, and then evidence analysis. What does that evidence mean? So it's, we actually have, as part of that 4-day training, we actually have a crime scene, a staged crime scene in a hotel room. And we ask the students to go in and analyze the evidence that's there, collect evidence, photograph the evidence, and then interpret the evidence. So crime scene evaluation is part of what I do, and it's part of what the Institute does, and it's part of what I teach.
And I'm going to please state page 80 of your curriculum vitae, which, by the way, this is a complete version of your experience, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not that piece of paper with 3 paragraphs on it.
That is correct.
Page 80. The And I want recognized areas of expertise, state and federal courts. What does that mean?
That means that the judges in those courts have recognized me based upon my education, experience, or training to be qualified to render opinions in those subject areas.
All right, and just go ahead and read them down the line, please.
Emergency medicine, forensic medicine, penetrating trauma, which means knife, gunshot wounds, entrance versus exit, range of fire, bullet, path, trajectory, shooting reconstruction, inflicted versus self-inflicted injuries, officer-involved shootings. Blunt force trauma, pattern injury recognition, inflicted versus accidental injuries, motor vehicle trauma, injury mechanisms, occupant kinematics, which means how do people move in cars, accident investigation, determination of occupant role, driver or passenger, restraint effectiveness, airbag-induced injuries, strangulation, suffocation, asphyxia, torture-related injuries, elder abuse and neglect, child maltreatment, forensic toxicology, wound injury reconstruction, stage altered crime scenes, and sexual assault.
So you have been declared an expert before, or recognized as an expert in the area of staged and altered crime scenes.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Is that synonymous with crime scene analysis?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And then finally, you actually teach on the subject of staged or altered crime scenes.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And who do you teach?
I trained at the Louisville Metro Police Academy, the police officers and detectives. Again, most recently trained FBI agents, federal prosecutors out in Wyoming. But I'm training Department of Defense, the Judge Advocate Generals, the JAG Corps for the Department of Defense, doctors, nurses. It's part of what I'm training somewhere in the country twice a month.
So if someone wants to consult with an expert regarding staged crime scenes, they come to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor has just testified that everybody...
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, then at this time, in addition to the other qualifications and expertise, we would tender this witness as an expert in crime scene analysis, forensic medicine, emergency medicine, and strangulation.
Court will permit you to proceed forward accordingly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Smock, you were invited here today by the state of Ohio, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And to render an opinion involving the remains of Emily Noble.
That is correct.
Are you being compensated for your time here today?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And now you've actually been involved in this case since May of 2021, or prior to that even.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let me strike that. When did you become involved in this case? You tell the jury.
I believe it was in the end of 2020.
Hold on a second. We'll get to your report.
Okay.
Is there something that would refresh your recollection at this point?
No, I don't have any dates on the report other than when the report was written.
All right. We'll get there then.
Okay.
So you were involved in the remains of Emily Noble, though, prior to the date you authored your report.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 146. I think that might be...
148.
Thank you. Your Honor, can we put something on the record outside bar real briefly, please?
Sure.
Thank you. that.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am. This is the report that I authored.
In the matter of Emily Noble.
That is correct.
And what did you, is it a fair and accurate copy of your report, sir?
It is.
All right. And what did you review prior to forming your opinion?
I reviewed the Montgomery County autopsy report of Emily Noble, reviewed the autopsy photographs of Emily Noble, reviewed color photographs of the USB cord, reviewed reports of the Westerville Police Department and Ohio Attorney General's Bureau of Criminal Investigation, reviewed the forensic autopsy or anthropology report, reviewed an addendum to the forensic anthropology report, reviewed color photographs taken by the Westerville Police Department and BCI, reviewed color photographs of Emily Noble taken on May 24th, 2020, reviewed dental x-rays of Emily Noble, and reviewed the 3D scan of the scene.
And what was your purpose in conducting that review and authoring this opinion?
Purpose was to look at what evidence we had, to look at the scene, look at the injuries, look at the injury mechanisms, understand how the type of injuries that Emily had occurred, when do they occur, when don't they occur, look at the ligature, look at all the evidence surrounding her death, body position, ligature, injuries, and analyze those based upon the current forensic and medical science to determine, if I could, what happened to Miss Noble.
And after authoring your report, did you review additional materials?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Does that include a forensic anthropologist report authored by Dr. Heather Garvin?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Does that include a report authored by John Bolte?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And he's also a doctor, but just so I'm clear, they're PhD doctors for Mr. Bolte.
That is correct.
And a PhD.
And Garvin,
And
PhD. That's
okay.
correct.
And then a report authored by the University of Tennessee regarding Ms. Noble's remains.
Yes, ma'am.
Do those additional documents that review change your opinion in your report at all?
No, ma'am.
Now, your opinions offered today will be made to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And now, before we turn specifically to Emily, I want to talk, actually, I want you to talk about the basic anatomy of the neck. I'm going to hand you a demonstrative aid. I'll hand it to you. I will warn you, it's a little worn on that side. And so, can you please explain the basic anatomy of the neck, and if that demonstrative aid is helpful to you, please use it.
Yes, ma'am. So think of our neck. We got a lot of things in our neck. We've got skin on the outside. We have bony structures and cartilaginous structures. We have arteries. We have veins. We have structures that keep us alive. So if we start with the skin, okay, we all got skin. If you put your finger right on either side of your voice box, that's your carotid artery. That takes oxygenated blood to the brain. And right on the outside of that is the jugular vein. They're basically side by side. So good blood up, bad blood back to the heart and lungs. Then in the middle we have our trachea. That's a fancy word for our windpipe. That's our airway. Connected to our airway is our voice box, Adam's apple. It's that big thing right here. More prominent on men than women. Above the voice box and protected by the jaw, if you put your fingers, you have to lift your chin up, put your fingers underneath your jaw, your mandible, and swallow. what you're going to feel between your thumb and index finger is your hyoid bone. So do that and swallow. What you're feeling is this bone in between your thumb and index finger. So it's right up there underneath the jaw. We have our esophagus, which is when we swallow, the food takes from our mouth and throat down to our stomach. So that's kind of the basic anatomy. Skin, blood vessels, good blood up, bad blood down, voice box, called the laryngeal cartilage, hyoid bone up here underneath the jaw that helps us swallow and helps keep our airway open. And there's some muscles in there too that help us turn our neck.
Do you have your report with you at the stand right there?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Take that so I can use it to refer to on the stand. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right. And in your report on page 10, just to zoom in, you actually have a diagram, a close-up of the skeletal structure. Can you review where the hyoid bone is at?
Yes, the hyoid bone is right up here underneath your jaw. So the way you get to it is, you extend your neck and then swallow. You'll feel it right there at the edge of your jaw, right up here. And then
you
that's
also
right.
have marked on that diagram. Oops, sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get marked. That's great.
All right, and so what have you just circled?
I've circled the hyoid bone. I'm sorry.
And I'll clear that. And then the next box on that diagram is the superior horn thyroid cartilage. What is that?
Yes, ma'am. That's part of the voice box. We call it the larynx, is the whole thing, called the laryngeal or thyroid cartilage. And coming off the back of the thyroid cartilage is what's called a horn. It sticks up like a horn, right there.
Now, with that basic anatomy in mind, I'd like to turn now to your evaluation and opinion regarding the crime scene analysis in this case. And in your analysis of crime scenes, in your expertise, are there factors that you consider? What do you consider in differentiating between a hanging and a potential strangulation?
When you look at a crime scene, there are lots of things when you have a hanging that you have to evaluate. Is this a suicide or is this a homicide? So things you got to look at. So things that I look at are what is the scene? What does the scene show us? Is there any evidence there that's going to help us figure out what happened? When you see the hanging itself, what type of hanging is it? Meaning it's what we call a complete hanging or an incomplete. Now what that means is a complete hanging means complete and full body weight on that ligature that's around your neck. Incomplete means that some part of your body is in contact with the ground, so that means less pressure on your neck. Then we're going to look at the ligature. What is actually around the neck? Is it thin? Is it wide? Because that's going to tell us information about what kind of pressure is being applied to the neck. When you have something that's thin, it's a lot of pressure in a smaller area. When it's wide, it takes that pressure and spreads it out over anatomically what's there. So look at that ligature. Does it have any characteristics? For example, is there any pattern imprints from that ligature that gets transferred to the skin if the skin is intact? Then we want to look at, are there any injuries either internally or externally? So we look at that. In this case, or let me just say, we look at injuries. If they're internal injuries, what type of internal injuries are there? Are there any broken bones? If they're broken bones, how many broken bones? And where are those broken bones or cartilage? That's important to figure out where pressure had been applied to a particular neck. And then there are other things that are also important. Is what did the patient or victim weigh? because that's very important, because the more you weigh, the more pressure is going to be applied to whatever's around your neck. How old are they? You know, what is their sex? So all those things come into play. And then what you do is you take, or what I take, is I take all of that evidence, and then I look at, based on what we see, have I seen something similar in my experience? I review the medical literature. Are there other cases in the medical literature that describe a particular type of injury, internally, externally, whatever? And so when you take knowledge, experience, training, literature with the facts that you find at the scene, the medical facts, then I call that the totality of the evidence. Is there enough information there for me to render an opinion in a particular case?
So I want to walk through each of those factors now with the remains of Emily Noble and have you kind of discuss your analysis. And the first one you mentioned was a type of hanging. And can you describe those two words again that you used to differentiate between the types of hanging?
Yes, ma'am. So it's what's called complete or incomplete hanging. So it's really full body weight on that ligature or partial body weight on that ligature. And then under the incomplete hanging, meaning some part of your body is touching the ground, there are 4 different subcategories. And they fall into, is the patient standing? Is the patient kneeling? Is the patient sitting? Or is the patient lying down? And each one of those, again, are important, either from experience or from the medical literature, saying what type of injuries do you see in someone who is standing, sitting, kneeling, or lying down. And so that you take your experience, you take what's in the doctors from around the world have written regarding those positions. And what's particularly important in Emily Noble's case is that was kneeling. So that's an incomplete kneeling position, which is very important when we analyze the evidence here in this case.
And so the type of hanging dictates the amount of pressure on someone's neck.
Yes. So the complete hanging, and so you think of somebody who jumps off a balcony with something around their neck. Okay, their full body weight is going to be suspended by whatever rope, wire, whatever they put around their neck. So all that weight, whatever they weigh, 200 pounds, 250 pounds, whatever, it's all right here. So that's the complete. Now, so that incomplete, meaning there is going to be less pressure. Whatever is around that person's neck, and depending on what position they're in, it's going to go from, standing is going to be the most in an incomplete, and then it gets less as you go from, sitting, kneeling, and lying down. So it's just how much weight is along here, because that's going to dictate what do we see on the skin or inside.
And so it's critical when you're analyzing an incomplete hanging scene to understand the position of the body.
Absolutely, that is critical.
And you talked also about one of the factors you consider is weight. How does an individual's weight affect the pressure applied in an incomplete or complete hanging?
Again, the more you weigh, anybody, the more pressure is going to be on whatever is around your neck. So that is so important because we look at their doctors who have evaluated literature and hangings based upon the weight of the individual. And they've looked at cases where is there a breaking point where there are no fractures below a certain weight. In the medical literature there is. There are no fractures in the neck below 110 pounds in an incomplete hanging.
And so it's important to know the weight of Emily Noble when you're conducting your analysis.
Absolutely.
So I want to move on now, though, from the type of hanging. You talk talked a little bit about that factor, and I want to go and talk about your discussion of looking at the ligature. That's an important factor in your consideration as you evaluate a crime scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And why?
Well, what is the characteristic of that ligature? Is it, what's its width? What's it made of? Does it stretch? You know, how wide is it? Because what I do is look at the width. So based upon a particular width of ligature, that's where that pressure is going to be applied. If it's an inch, that means we've got an inch of pressure. If it's a quarter inch, that means a quarter inch of pressure. And why that's so important to look at is looking at where are there injuries in a particular neck. If I've got, just as an example, a quarter inch ligature up here and I've got bruises and stuff down here, not consistent with a ligature here. Something else happened to that individual. So you look at that width and then see, can that width apply enough pressure to cause particular injuries in any particular case?
And you looked at the photographs from the crime scene where Ms. Noble's remains were found?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you evaluated or you observed the ligature depicted in those photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, and then you included one of those in your report on page 3, correct?
Yes,
all right, so I'm going to actually show you, though, the photograph from BCI agent Chad Holcomb, which I believe states 108G. Hand this to you so you can see it a little bit better. And are you able to observe the ligature in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And what observations did you make that were important to your analysis of the scene?
If we can we zoom in on that picture? What is...
Zoom in now. No, I need it back.
Oh, sorry.
More?
More. Okay, I think that we can see that. What's important when we look at this, we can see clearly there's a loop going down. Look at the loop on the left. This side, let me draw a little arrow to that one. Loop. That's a single cord, single loop. So that's the loop that has pressure. So we have pressure from a single cord. When it comes back up the other side, there are two, but now if we can go down and look at the end of that USB. There's no weight on that portion of the cord. So one of those coming down on the right has no pressure because it's the one that goes around and comes down over her back. So one loop of USB cord is taking all the pressure.
And that, Your Honor, one thing I didn't do on my break was get out the USB cord. So I need a moment to do that from evidence since it was admitted. It's 109. Oh, right here. Thank you. I'm sorry. Can't see it. All right. Now I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109. And I'm going to just ask you to pull it out of the bag, please. It's previously been admitted as the cord that was taken from the scene. And you observed in your review that obviously that cord was cut.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that's the long part of the cord, though, correct?
I'm assuming it's the long end.
All right. And approximately what diameter is that cord?
Oh, it looks maybe a little less than 1/4 inch.
And so, based upon your review of the ligature and the photographs involving Emily's remains, can you demonstrate wrapping that cord on this demonstrative aid?
Yes, ma'am. So, if something is put around your neck and you lean forward, it will go to this area in here. That's where it will stop. And so what will happen is, in this case, there'll be pressure from a single loop being applied up under Emily Noble's neck, applying pressure to this part of the neck. Now, the question comes, is based on Emily Noble's anatomy, what will something less than 1/4 inch compress if it's pressed against the structures in her neck?
And ultimately, can that ligature cause the injuries in her neck?
No, ma'am. What we saw from the forensic anthropologist's report were those 4 fractures, different locations, here, here, and then here, down where this horn comes off, here and here. So you've got a significant distance between these 4 or 2 on either side, anatomical structure here and here. If you are applying pressure in a less than 1/4 inch area, it's physically impossible for you to apply pressure on here and here at the same time. Then there isn't enough, it's not wide. If this were a 1-inch ligature, yeah, you could apply pressure at both at the same time. But with a less than 1/4 inch piece of ligature, you can't anatomically put pressure on both at the same time.
And this demonstrative aid, it's not life size, right?
No, this is many times life size.
And so in your experience, and if you want to go ahead and put that over there, that's fine. Approximately, there is a distance between the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage,
Yes, ma'am.
and that is greater than 1/4 inch.
Yes, ma'am.
It is greater than 1/2 inch.
Yes, ma'am.
So even if that cord was wound around twice, it still wouldn't account for the entire distance between the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage.
No, ma'am.
All right, and the distance greater than 3/4 inch.
Yeah, we're probably getting closer depending upon anatomic size. At autopsies, that distance between here and here is somewhere between 3/4 and 1 inch.
And so we've talked about the ligature and why it's a consideration for you.
Yes, ma'am.
And you discussed how the ligature, well, I want to jump ahead and I'm going to come back to the ligature. One of the factors you talked about were also examining the location and the nature of any injuries involved in a crime scene or someone at a crime scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you did that in this case with Emily Noble's remains?
Yes, ma'am.
And so discuss the location and the nature of the injuries.
So when we look at she had several. She had the 4 fractures, 2 of the hyoid, 2 of the superior horn of the laryngeal cartilage. She also had evidence of a fracture of her nose. So looking at those 5 fractures that we see, how are they explained? Clearly, in order for any part of the body to sustain a fracture, you got to have some sort of blunt force trauma. There has to be some pressure applied to here, here, and here. So I looked at those and analyzed those, and that was part of my opinion.
And so the fractures for the hyoid bone, where were those located again?
Actually, there's a good picture. You can actually see it.
On page 5 of your report?
That was part of it. Yes, we can look at page 5. That will be. So the circled red areas, left is the one on your right. It's the left side, and the right side is on your left. So that, and what's interesting is the fracture on the left is what we call a transverse fracture. It goes straight across. The fracture on the left, or her right, your left, is, and can I draw on the screen? So, thank you, Ron. So,
Well, Dr. Smock, let me just direct you a little bit if I can. Because I want to just stay general. We've already heard from the forensic anthropologist. How many fractures are on the hyoid bone?
there are 2 now.
All right. And would you consider those to be bilateral fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
And within those 2 fractures, that means there were 2 blunt force traumas or 2 pressures exerted to cause those fractures.
That is correct.
And then with regards to the thyroid cartilage, how many fractures were observed there?
There were 2.
And then same questions, were those bilateral
Yes, ma'am.
and requires separate pressure to cause each of those fractures?
That is correct.
Now, when you are considering a crime scene analysis such as this with Ms. Noble's remains, and you're looking at the fractures and you're comparing them to the literature, or excuse me, ligature, is it important to consult the literature
Yes, ma'am, it
while
is.
you do that?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Why?
No, I
I'm
just
sorry.
said,
I'm sorry.
is
Yes,
it
I'm sorry.
important?
Yes, ma'am, it's important.
Now, in your training and experience, have you ever seen the same fracture pattern to a woman weighing less than 110 pounds?
No, ma'am. Never seen it personally, and it's not in the medical literature.
Have you seen any bilateral fractures to just the hyoid bones, in your experience, to a woman weighing less than 110 pounds?
No, ma'am.
So not even just the bilateral hyoid fractures?
No, ma'am. The medical literature that looks at types of fractures, in this case, women less than 110 pounds, there is no report anywhere that I've been able to find that says the type of fracture that Emily had in her neck was caused by a hanging. It's not there.
And you said fracture, but it's important to be 4 fractures.
4 fractures, bilateral fractures, both sides, here and here. I haven't found a case anywhere from hanging. Lots of cases from strangulation, but no cases from hanging. None.
And does the fact that, going back to those factors of your crime scene analysis, that Emily weighed 100 pounds, or roughly that's what the testimony has been, does that impact your analysis regarding the fractures caused to her neck?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And is it your opinion that those 4 fractures with the weight of Emily Noble could not have been caused by an incomplete hanging?
Absolutely, they could not. She doesn't have enough weight to apply pressure to those structures to cause those fractures.
And is it your opinion then that the crime scene that you've reviewed?
Your Honor, can I object to deleting? Question
I'll
would be,
rephrase.
what is your opinion?
Go ahead.
What is your opinion regarding the scene that you reviewed? Strike that. Let me lay a little bit more information. And then you indicated also that in reviewing those crime scenes, you consider the totality of all of the evidence.
That is correct.
And what additional factors besides the ligature, besides the 4 fractures in the neck, besides her age and weight, did you consider?
I considered the nature of the scene. I considered the fact that she had an additional fracture of her nose, at the edge of her nose. That the injuries that she sustained were not from a ligature. The type of injuries that Emily has in her neck, the 4 here, are the type of injuries that you see with manual strangulation, not with a ligature. Doesn't exist in the medical literature. Never a reported case anywhere. Looking at that medical literature of thousands, more than 1,000 cases studied by forensic pathologists around the world, in women less than 110 pounds, it doesn't exist in an incomplete kneeling position. That's the totality of the evidence.
And so did you render an opinion then regarding the scene where Emily's remains were at?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, and I'm going to review just a few of those. Let's start with opinion number 2. Can you read that for the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am. Emily Noble's death was staged to appear to be a suicidal hanging.
And number 3?
Miss Emily Noble's death, did not die as a consequence of an incomplete, meaning partial body weight, suicidal hanging.
And number 4?
Miss Emily Noble sustained at least 1 episode of manual strangulation, which resulted in 4 separate and distinct fractures of the hyoid and thyroid cartilage around the time of her death. The complex bilateral fracture pattern is not consistent with a ligature strangulation from the cord documented at the scene.
Your Honor, we've been going almost 2 hours. Do you want me to keep going for a little bit, or do you want to take a break?
You made the call.
It's probably a good place to break if we can.
Okay.
I promise I won't be as lengthy when we come back.
Fair enough. Let's take a 10-minute break. We're going to record 7 days. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a seat. Please proceed. Thank you.
Your Honor, Dr. Smock,
You're
I
welcome.
do want to go back to the crime scene analysis just for 2 brief points if we can, all right? Focusing again on your testimony regarding the type of hanging, incomplete or complete, and the ligature. In your review of this case, did you find a knot at Emily Noble's neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you the photographs. States 108P, 108N, 108M, and 108I. Just look at those. And those were part of the BCI photographs that you were sent.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll put those on the overhead and we'll walk through them. Your Honor, I'm going to strike my question since I handed him photographs and re-ask it. All right. 108I. In this photograph of Emily Noble's remains, and I'll zoom in, do you observe a knot in this area?
It appears it's right there. I'm sorry.
Is that a knot or the end of the cord looping out?
Maybe the end of the cord.
Oh,
I'm not, it's hard to see from that photo.
I mean, the leading nature, Your Honor.
That's right.
what about up here?
Yes, ma'am. There's a knot.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
That's important to your decision, though.
Objection, Your Honor, is to leading. Is
I'll rephrase that.
That's an expert.
The nature of the ligature and how it hangs, what is the importance of that to you?
The importance is looking at what part of that ligature is in contact with the neck. Is it single or double? Is what's important.
Now, in your opinion that you talked about before we went to break, you used the words manual strangulation, so I want to focus now on what is strangulation.
Strangulation is the application of external pressure to the neck, blocking airflow, blood flow, or both. All depends on how pressure is being applied.
And can you demonstrate?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I won't squeeze. So, you can apply pressure to the neck in many ways. You can apply manual strangulation with hands. That would squeeze the neck. You can apply pressure with a bicep and forearm. Put the neck right here. You could put a ligature around somebody's neck and pull back. So any of those ways is strangulation because they're all putting pressure on the neck, blocking airflow, blood flow, or both.
And what happens to the veins and arteries in a neck when pressure is applied?
They collapse, meaning they close off, and they stop blood flow to and from the brain.
And so what happens to the blood?
It stops. If you block the arteries, nothing can get up to the brain. So what that means is through these arteries, your brain is seeing less oxygen. And when you block the vein, blood can't go back to the heart to be circulated back up again, reoxygenate and back up again. So you block the good blood going up and you block the bad blood, deoxygenated blood from going back to the heart and lungs.
And so when blood is blocked by the external pressure, what is the result of that in the human body?
What happens is, because the brain requires oxygen to work, in the cells in our brain, we have no oxygen reserve. So once the oxygen levels in the brain fall below a certain level, things start to happen. You see spots, because that says your brain isn't, the part of your brain that helps us see isn't getting enough oxygen. And then in less than 10 seconds, actually based on a study, it's an average of 6.8 seconds, a human will go unconscious when you deprive the human brain of oxygenated blood.
And so brain cells die?
For every second after you're unconscious that the brain is not getting oxygenated blood, cells die. And there are different types of cells in the brain, so some cells die first, and some cells are more resistant to the lack of oxygen, and they die last. Because we have different types of cells in our brain that do different things. So yes, but for every second the brain goes without oxygen, after you're unconscious, brain cells are dying.
And can that cause medical conditions?
Oh yes, ma'am. It can cause brain damage, and if it goes on long enough, death.
And in your training and experience, those medical conditions, are they considered serious?
Oh yes, ma'am. Serious, life-threatening.
And what are the risks?
Well, depends on how long the brain goes without oxygen, up to death, brain damage and death. If you tear the arteries in the neck, it's called a carotid or vertebral artery dissection, you can stroke and then die, or just stroke and live, depending on how much of your brain dies. You can have tears in your windpipe that can cause problems. You can have hematomas, which are collections of blood in the muscles of the neck. You can have tears in the esophagus, so the tube that takes the food from the throat to the stomach can be ripped and torn. Anything in the neck, vocal cord paralysis, vocal cord damage can occur when you put pressure on a human's neck.
What about fractures?
Fractures, absolutely.
Where?
Depends on where that pressure is applied. If you squeeze the hyoid bone, you can get fractures. You squeeze the larynx, the voice box, you can get fractures. If you squeeze down here, you can get fractures of the cricoid cartilage, fractures of the trachea, the windpipe. So it all depends on where you apply that pressure, what is going to get injured underneath that manual strangulation.
And what is the amount of pressure needed to cause the injuries you described?
To block blood flow to from the brain in the vein, it's 4.4 pounds. To block blood flow going up to the brain, the carotid artery takes 11 pounds. To fracture the hyoid bone takes less than 10 pounds. To completely close the trachea, the windpipe, takes 33 to 34 pounds of pressure. So depending on where you put the pressure and how much will then dictate what structures will be damaged, closed, fractured.
And what is the pressure of an average handshake?
Average adult male handshake is 80 to 100 pounds of pressure. Average female handshakes are 60 to 80 pounds of pressure.
Both of those are sufficient to block the veins and arteries.
Oh, way more, up to 10 times over.
And what happens physiologically to the body when blood flow to the brain is cut off?
The brain won't work. So, the first thing, and I don't know if you've ever fainted, when you experience fainting, what do you experience? You see stars. What that is not enough oxygen getting to the brain. Not because you're being strangled, but because your blood is pooling into your legs or some other part of the body. So that's the first symptom. And it could be that you just can't breathe if the pressure is being applied to your throat, to your windpipe. But most strangulations are blood flow. So you start having changes in your vision, you feel lightheaded, dizzy, and then you go unconscious. And after you go unconscious, if that pressure is maintained, things will happen to your brain as it begins to die and shut down. You lose control of your bladder and you will pee on yourself if you have urine in your bladder. You will defecate, poop on yourself if you have stool in the rectal vault. And then if that pressure is maintained somewhere between 1 and 2.5 minutes, then the part of your brain that controls your ability to breathe dies. It's part of the brainstem. It's the last part of the brain to die. So if pressure is maintained for long enough, somewhere between 1 and 2.5 minutes, then you will stop breathing, and then you're dead.
And would those physiological responses of a body, would a witness observe that if they were to see it?
Yes, ma'am. They're going to see someone, depending on how the pressure is applied, could be struggling to breathe, could be seeing their eyes roll back and the individual go unconscious, then see them pee on themselves if there's urine in the bladder, or poop on themselves if there's stool in your rectal vault, and then stop breathing.
And what would happen if someone sustained those fractures you talked about?
The fractures here, you won't be able to speak because it's any broken bones. When you have any bones and they rub together, it's painful because in our bone ends we have sensory endings, so you're going to have extreme pain to swallow. You're going to have difficulty talking because the structure, if you have fractures of your laryngeal cartilage, that's going to inhibit your ability to breathe and to speak.
And to scream?
And to scream.
I'm placing on the overhead pages 8 and 9 of your report. And included in the report are these photographs. And were these photographs significant to your analysis?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And why?
These photographs were taken the night, or on the May 24th, Emily's, I believe it was her birthday. And what it shows is there's no trauma to Emily's face or neck.
And with the fractures that she sustained to her neck, would you expect to see that had it occurred?
Had those fractures been, she would be having difficulty breathing, speaking, and should be in the emergency department for emergency treatment, probably an emergency airway.
Just looking for one. And you have authored it was contained in your report, page 13, the physiological consequences of strangulation diagram.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you discuss this for the jury?
Yes, ma'am. This is a physiologic timeline. Time 0 being when pressure is applied to the neck, blocking blood flow to your brain. What happens to you or to any human when blood flow stops flowing to your brain? So, first thing in time 0 is pressure applied to the neck. Blood flow to the carotids stopped. So within 5 to 10 seconds, the average of 6.8 seconds, a individual will go unconscious. After they go unconscious, if pressure is maintained on their neck, then they have what's called an anoxic seizure. This is where some part of their body will shake. It could be an arm, could be a leg, could be the whole body. Will shake for a very short period of time. And that occurs an average of 14 seconds. The range, based on studies, is somewhere between 11 and 17 seconds is when that anoxic seizure will occur. Then, if pressure is maintained at 15-second mark, as the brain begins to die and your bodily functions shut down, the ability to hold your sphincter for our bladder releases, and we will pee on ourselves. Then at that 30-second mark, other sphincters, other brain damage is occurring. Then our rectal sphincter dilates, and if we have poop, stool, we will defecate on ourselves. And then if pressure is maintained somewhere between that 62-second and 150-second, 7-second mark, then you will stop breathing.
And so 157 seconds, you're dead.
That is correct. Somewhere between that 1 and 2.5 minute mark, you're done, because your respiratory center in the brain damage has occurred, and you will not breathe again.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to demonstrate by setting a minute on my watch.
Go ahead.
Do you have a timer with you on your watch? I'll let you do it.
I do.
Or your phone?
I can see it. Okay.
And when you press, just say start and then stop it at 62 seconds.
Start.
For this entire time period, consistent pressure needs to be applied to the neck.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
Yes, that was a question.
Stop.
And how many seconds was that?
That was 62 seconds.
And for 62 seconds, consistent pressure must be applied to the neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in your experience, when someone is strangled, what physical signs may be present on the outside of the body?
On the outside, there may be no marks on the outside of the body. The presence or absence of marks on the neck all depends on how that pressure is being applied. If you put a bicep and forearm on somebody's neck, you will not see a mark. They can be dead and no marks on the outside of the neck because it's a broad surface to broad surface. If you put a hand on somebody's neck, you can see, sometimes you can see fingertip impressions, circular bruises. Sometimes you can see scrapes from the fingernails. Sometimes you can actually see what we call a pattern imprint, where if a finger is being pushed up against a part of the body, what happens is where there's pressure from your finger, when you take the finger away, it's white underneath, and you can see an outline of the fingers. So it depends on how that pressure is being applied. If you take a ligature and you put it around somebody's neck and you pull, then you're getting to get all that pressure is in that one small area, and then you expect to see a ligature mark of some sort. So it all depends on how pressure is applied. You can be strangled to death and have no marks on the outside of your neck, zero. So it depends on how pressure is being applied, whether you're going to see injury or not.
Does it also include the state of the body in which you're examining?
Yes. If there are other things that come into play. How much is the victim able to fight back and resist? Pull perpetrator's hands or arms or ligature away. How much can they fight? How many times was that pressure being applied? Was it one continuous pressure, or was it pressure and then hands come off because the victim's able to fight back, comes on again, back and forth? So there are lots of things that will dictate the presence or absence of bruises. Medical condition, patient on any medications, aspirin, blood thinners, those all come into play as well.
Did you observe any of those on Emily's remains?
No, ma'am.
And were you able to make those observations based on the state of her remains?
No, ma'am. She was decomposed. You could not evaluate the skin.
And what are the internal signs of strangulation that could be found during an autopsy?
It depends on where and how pressure is applied to a human's neck. If you've got pressure that's down here, collapsing the airway, at autopsy you may see nothing. I've seen cases where I know the airway was completely collapsed because it was on videotape, and at autopsy there were no marks to the windpipe itself. You can see hemorrhage of the muscles of the neck. If you squeeze a particular set of muscles hard enough, you can cause them to bruise, and so at autopsy you will see hemorrhage within the neck. If you squeeze the voice box, you can see fractures here. If you squeeze the hyoid, you can see fractures here. So it all depends on where pressure is applied. You can actually see, when you see pressure way up here, you can actually at autopsy see hemorrhage at the base of the tongue. It can go that high. So it all depends on how the pressure is applied, how much pressure is applied, how many times that pressure is applied, what injuries you're going to see at living or dead.
And did you observe internal injuries on the remains of Emily Noble consistent with strangulation?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What?
The fractures, that pattern of bilateral fractures of the hyoid and of the laryngeal cartilage, that's the type of injury that you see when you're manually strangled, because pressure has to be applied to both sides. Something has to squeeze pressure on the right and left to cause those injuries. So the injuries that Emily had, they are what you expect to see and what I have seen in many cases of manual strangulation, those exact same injuries.
When someone is being strangled, strike that. I think you answered that one. What happens if the pressure is released while someone's being strangled?
It depends on how far down that timeline they've gone. When pressure is released and blood starts flowing back to the brain, depending on how long they've been unconscious and how much brain damage has occurred, will dictate how quickly do they wake up. And so if you put pressure on somebody's neck for 8 seconds and they go unconscious, and you take the pressure off, they're going to wake up. However, if you put pressure on somebody's neck for 15, 20, 30 seconds, brain damage has occurred, and part of the brain that helps us create memory is going to be damaged. So, but depending on how far down that timeline you've gone when blood starts to reflow is going to show us what the degree of injury did that person sustain during that strangulation.
And then continuous pressure increases their life-threatening injuries.
Yes, the longer the brain is deprived of oxygen, the more brain damage is going to occur from blood flow. But you could have life-threatening injuries even if you didn't go unconscious. If you squeeze and you fracture the larynx, the hyoid, that's a life-threatening injury. And that could be done like this and they would never go unconscious. So again, it just depends on where and how that pressure is applied.
And in non-fatal strangulation cases, have you seen victims require hospitalization?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Go back to just a moment, Your Honor, almost finished, to these pictures from May 24th of 2020. And we'll just put page 9 of your report up. And you indicated that there's no neck injuries depicted.
That's correct.
And from your review of the materials, there were, in your words, facial fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you expect to see those in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. There was
External evidence?
external evidence on the nose.
All right, now returning back to your opinion. And again, you were able to form this opinion to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you already reviewed 2, 3, and 4, but can you review number 5, 6, and 7?
Yes, ma'am. Number 5, Ms. Emily Noble sustained significant blunt force trauma to her face, resulting in an acute facial fracture sometime after 4:18 p.m. on May 24th, 2020. I agree with the autopsy. Number 6, I agree with the autopsy findings and opinions of Dr. Ann Castellone-Richmond and Dr. Lee Lehman. And number 7, I agree with the findings and opinions of Angela Harden, M.A., and Amanda Agnew, Ph.D.
And again, is it your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty that Emily Noble was strangled with continuous pressure for more than 62 seconds?
Yes, ma'am.
And that this pressure to her neck was so great as to cause 4 fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
In your opinion, is that her death was not a suicide?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered more than 10 times.
I think he's answered the question.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross, please.
Diane Menashe, on behalf of Matt Moore, there's, so much talk about how important weight is and being sure that we're making sure that things are accurate. So this is not representative of a 5-foot woman that's 96 pounds, right?
Anatomically, it is correct.
That's not my question. Size-wise, sir.
Okay, you didn't say size, but size-wise, you are absolutely correct. That is not the size of a 5-foot woman.
Okay. So here I am, 5'8", right? Just so we have some scale, right? I'm 5'8", let's just hypothetically say. So we can put that down. I want to go back
Objection to the editorial about Ms. Menashe's size.
Move to demonstration.
Next question.
Thank you. So many times I heard you say, and I want to make sure, no literature that says that you could not have the bilateral fractures in the 2 different locations and it to be a hanging. And you said there's no literature that says that about weight. Do you remember all that times?
Yes.
So I want to be sure then, showing the witness what is going to be marked as defendant's II, you must not, well, let me back up. I want to really make sure that literature is something that's published.
That is correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as defendant's II in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology. Let me scoot that down so you're sure to see the whole thing. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you were familiar with this literature since you testified at great length that there is not one thing, nothing, nowhere.
Can you remove your sticky notes, please, from the screen?
Just move it so they are removed. I'm sure you're aware of this study. 1995, a total of 109 cases of suicide or accidental hangings. And let me, if I can, just go right to the data in the chart with respect to the 109 cases. I'll let that focus. Of the 109 cases, between the ages of 21 and 30, there was one person that had the 4 fractures. 31 to 40, there was 2 people that had the 4 fractures. 41 to 50, 1 person. 51 to 60, where Emily's Noble's range was 3 people. I'm sure you're familiar with that study, and that study does not ever mention weight, does it not?
Well, I'm not familiar with that study, and I'm not sure whether this study actually broke down the difference between complete and incomplete. And so if it doesn't break those down, and particularly the incomplete, then that article is worthless. Because what we have to do is look at what is the literature associated with the injuries that we see in Emily Noble? So,
let's go through this.
if you can show me that this says
Sure,
the
go
article
Let's go
is
through the
incomplete.
article.
Answer my question.
Let's just have a question.
You'll have an opportunity on redirect again. Let's go through the article.
Please.
Especially in 7 cases with all the horns of the throat, the knot, and the highest point of the ligature was localized in the center. Do you see that right there? Here's why I ask you about that. Isn't it true that all this discussion that you were asked about, there is no picture showing how the ligature was around her neck, correct?
That is correct. It's folded over.
You were not at the scene to see how the ligature was around her neck, correct?
That is correct.
There is no one that saw that, right? Well, the picture, we don't have any. And you were not there.
That is correct. I was not there.
You also were not there and do not know if, over the course of 4 months, the ligature began in one place and ended up in the other as the corpse went from a 90-pound woman to being 18 pounds of skeleton. You do not know that either because you were not there.
That is correct.
Just to go back here to in our series, 7 of 9 individuals, so 6%, showed fractures of all horns of the throat skeleton, supporting the observations that such injuries can occur in hanging. Do you see that sentence? Yes or no?
I do see that sentence.
Now, I guess you brought up the weight argument because in your report, no, lower my voice. Can't help it. In your report that's dated May 27th of 2021, you would agree, and let me know if you need a copy, you would agree that nowhere in that report do you even mention, not even mention, Emily's weight.
That is correct.
And now today, all these important findings are based on her weight that you've talked about. Would you agree with me on that?
No, not all the important findings.
And I want to just talk about why now weight has become important. It's because after you issued your report, you had a chance to review the expert report of my expert, Dr. Heather Garvin. Isn't that correct?
I did have the opportunity after I had written my report.
And since you were asked about reviewing the report, you then know that Dr. Garvin, in her report, cited literature which specifically said the 4-fold fractures, 3 cases from 6, were incomplete hangings in that type of double fracture, right?
That is correct.
But I guess your distinction is now is that those articles are for adult males that weighed more than Emily.
Yes, the article that you're referring to, there were 3 individuals, some weighed as much as, actually 2 weighing 242 pounds to have that.
So I have a question about that line of testimony. Just want to get to your report. So it was my expert that brought the literature to your attention, and now you're addressing the literature that my expert brought to your attention. Does that sound about right?
No, that sounds inaccurate because the attention to the literature is something that I did way before I ever saw Emily.
One moment. I just want to make sure that the articles that I showed you. Oh, here it is. All right. Just thought of something as you were going over this. This is your report. I mean, so I guess then we're talking about, since everything has to be, what we needed then was a study
of
Objection to the editorial. Is there a question?
bilateral fractures
Go ahead.
on just women that were 52 that weighed 92 pounds. And we don't have that study, do we?
Oh, no, ma'am. We do have information regarding that exact question.
Okay, and I'll get to that in a second. I want to ask you about the back page of your report.
You talked about this thing where the prosecutor and you, 62 seconds. I looked at this and it hit me. Well, 6.8 seconds is based on what you have in this chart as an adult male. Do you see that?
That is correct.
But you're still sitting here using the tick, tick, tick,
Right? Even though it says adult male.
I mean, would you agree with me that your calculation isn't for a 96-pound woman that's 52, right?
No, those calculations, those studies were all done on adult men, actually 126 males, actually 132
But you
males.
still use the tick, tick, tick. And I want to talk about that.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question there or a statement from counsel? You still use the tick,
This is
tick, tick.
cross-exam. Ask your question.
I want to just talk about that exercise where you were doing the clock. You testified in this very courtroom in 2020, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Same prosecutor did your direct examination.
That is correct.
Strangulation case, you testified for the state of Ohio. You came up here, you probably sat in that same witness box.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You did the same, let's set our clock, tick, tick, tick. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that kind of like when you testify, do you have sort of like a shtick or like a thing that you do kind of in every case?
No, ma'am.
So, like in that case, you brought in like the strangulation Sally doll. Do you remember that?
Oh, very well.
Yeah, and then there's like normal Amanda or Amanda normal or something like that.
Abby Normal?
Abby normal. And then today we have, instead of the dolls, we have this.
That is correct.
So I'll just go. The testimony in the Ivy case about the time if someone is being pressure is being applied to someone's neck, and you indicated do they not? You were asked questions about what could happen in that 6.8 seconds or 7 seconds, and you were asked the question, could they run away? Right? Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
And you said no, but they're fight for their life. They're trying to get that pressure off their neck. And then you were asked a question, were you not? Have you ever had experience in seeing cases where victims have fought back? And you said, did you not? Depends on how they're fighting back. They're trying to take the hand away so they can breathe. They're reaching out to gouge out the eye, scratch the person who is attacking them, trying to get them to stop, punch them, scratch them, whatever they can do.
That is correct.
I want to go through your report. Now, I asked you when we were doing the board here that you're not a pathologist and you're not an anthropologist.
That is correct.
Okay. I Googled, I typed in this website. It's just, I typed in that website. Would you be surprised to know that there's no website there and it just says, right?
Not at all, because I purchased the domain but have never activated the website.
Then let's talk about the Institute, in quotes, medicine, law, and justice for the living. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And of course, this is a case about the non-living.
That is correct.
Just want to go just because accuracy is everything, right? Accuracy, it's everything.
Can you be more specific?
Well, is accuracy not ever important?
Oh, it's important.
And you write this report, you write these reports, because how many times this year alone, maybe we can, have you testified in a courtroom? It's August. How many times have you testified for the state in this year alone?
Probably 10 times.
10 times. And you've written a report in each of those times?
If the report was requested, yes, ma'am.
And you understand, of course, that a report is so important because it's given to the defense, and you know this through the course of your work, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's the basis upon which questioning can be done of you when you testify.
That is correct.
Now, you know, I'm just accuracy. Emily's 52. Do you know that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I just want to make sure. I'm going to do a lot of circles here. Photographs. 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 Okay. You see all those times I circle photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make sure. Because the issue has been made about whether decisions can be made on photographs. You never went to the scene on 9/16 of 21.
That is correct. I did not.
You never went to the scene in October, November, December, nor did you go back in March of 2022 when some additional remains were collected.
That is correct. I did not.
So your entire conclusions and analysis are based on the documents and the photographs that you've seen.
No, ma'am. My conclusions and analysis are based upon many things. Education, experience, training, the documents that are listed in my report.
Fair enough. So my question should have been better, and that's on me. The materials you reviewed of the scene are photographs.
That is correct.
There is no video.
No, there is no video.
In fact, there's not even a video or photographs when she's actually cut down from the ligature.
That is correct.
I want to just make sure. This right here is the purpose of your review, was to examine the injuries, injury mechanism, forensic and medical issues. Do you see that section of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
The next page, page 2. Just because when the jury has this, I just want to make sure we're clear. This section, the history section,
Yes, ma'am.
this is based on hearsay. This is what the detectives have told you they believe is the evidence.
The history is going to be based upon the documents that I reviewed from the Westerville Police Department.
Well, I'm curious then, because you must have reviewed the Officer Hollis videotape and or Detective Grubb's investigative summary that said that John Kramer saw Emily Noble going for a walk on the 25th between 9 and 10 a.m.
I do not recall that.
You don't.
No, ma'am.
And it's not included, right?
That is correct.
Nor is it included that she was seen at 8 p.m. on the 24th by John Kramer going for a walk. Nor is it included, would you agree, that we know now from the cell phone data that Emily did, in fact, go for walks and not take her cell phone. That's not included either.
That is correct.
Nor is it included that she's found in different clothing when she is found in the woods than she was wearing the night before on her birthday when it was well photographed. That's not included.
That is correct. It is
Nor
not.
is it included that the clothing that she was wearing the night of her alleged manual strangulation is taken from the house, the shirt of Mr. Moore and the skirt of Emily Noble, and there's no forensics whatsoever. There's no rips, there's no tears, which I realize aren't forensics, but there's no serology, saliva, nothing.
Not that I'm aware of.
So that's not in there.
That is correct.
And then I'm just curious, because of accuracy, Because it's not a phone charging cord, it's a USB cord.
That is correct.
Resting, I'm assuming by resting you mean kneeling,
That is correct.
but the word resting is used. So then I want to just go to the next page. Page 3. Oh, page, I have these out of order. There we go, page 3. They were just out of order. I want to go through your report page by page. Page 3. Okay. You indicate the autopsy and forensic evaluation. Now, obviously, you weren't at the scene, but I'm going to ask anyway. You were also not at the autopsy in this case.
That is correct. I was not.
So this section right here, after post-mortem examination, it begins, Miss Noble's remains were transferred to OSU. That's what this paragraph is summarizing right here.
Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, Hardin's name is spelled wrong, but I just mentioned it. So I want to talk here about this paragraph. Showing the witness what's been marked as defendant's exhibit BB. But first, we'll leave it here for a second. Perimortem fractures of the left and right greater horns with clean, jagged fracture marks. Do you see that you are reiterating the findings?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we know you're not an anthropologist, but I'm assuming, do you cut and paste this information into your report? How do you draft it?
No, I would rely on the information from other experts in using their words to describe what they saw.
So then, you're aware, are you, because I remember when you were being asked about your qualifications, showing you what's defendant's BB, and this is a textbook that was asked about with respect, with Dr. Agnew, that when we're talking about antemortem, perimortem, and postmortem fractures, this sentence right here says, does it not? Compared to postmortem fractures, let me move it up so I'm sure to see it. Fresh bone fractures are often straightened, whereas dry bone fractures tend to have a more jagged appearance. And I'm assuming that since you've testified as to the extensive work you've done, while you're not an anthropologist, you know that dry bone is indicative of post-mortem. Dry, right? We're in the post zone.
Dry would be post-mortem. That is correct.
Dry bones have more jagged appearance. So then going back to the report. So we have your findings with respect to, or the restatement with respect to perimortem, jagged, perimortem, jagged, perimortem, and I noticed that you didn't discuss a lot about the antemortem fractures and displacement of the nasal bones and left maxilla and nasal spine. This, again, just so I understand how you draft your report, you just cut that, you take it from one report and you pop it into yours? Is that what you do?
No, ma'am. What I do is I will read what the other expert has written and may take their language or paraphrase it and then put it into the body of my report.
You put things in your report that you rely upon in your findings and conclusions, do you not? That's why they're in your report.
And specifically for this, yes, did I rely upon the report of Dr. Agnew? Yes.
Have you ever heard the expression garbage in, garbage out?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your reliance, you use the photographs of Dr. Agnew from her report on page 5, do you not?
Yes, ma'am.
They're even, the words are even right from her report.
Yes, ma'am.
You include on page 6 this picture right from Dr. Agnew's report, do you not?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And same, descriptor of the picture. That's straight from her report.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jurors where you see the plastic deformation.
Where I see the displacement and the fracture is in this area here along.
Did you, I know there was a bit of a delay before you started testimony. Did you and Dr. Agnew have a chance to speak outside in the hallway?
No, ma'am.
You did not. So let me pause there. Would you agree that that's the left side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we were just talking about nasal fractures, but the sides are called the maxillas. Is that right?
The maxilla is the area of the cheekbone. That's the maxilla, and the upper jaw is the maxilla.
The one that Melissa showed? So we've got the plastic deformation, which is essentially it's indication of something being like displaced or off kilter or bent. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want to just show you what's in your report on 9. And of course, the jurors have this picture so they can tell for themselves. I know you were asked about whether or not there was bruises on her face. But you weren't asked just with respect to whether there's a deviation in the left side of her nose in that picture. And there's another picture, is there not? And I'm not sure it's in your report.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question, and will the witness be given the opportunity to answer that question?
Sure.
Right now, we're narrating his report without formulating a question that elicits an answer.
Mrs. Carlson, ask your question.
Back to that displacement with respect to, or rather deviation in the left side of her nose. Would you just agree with me that this side of Emily Noble's face would be her left side?
That is correct.
And this side would be her right side. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to go back to this same page here, just so this is additional history. You just note facial injuries. Would you agree that you don't specify the facial injuries?
I'm sorry, you're talking about paragraph 2?
Yeah, where you just
Yes,
start
where I
with
say
the
the
facial injuries and fractures documented, right?
Yes, meaning documented at autopsy.
Well, there were no fractures documented at autopsy. The only fractures that you and findings and conclusions you relied upon were from Dr. Agnew.
Yes, the anthropologic autopsy, not the autopsy, but what Dr. Agnew documented.
And it's those documented fractures that you include and rely upon in your report.
That is correct.
just want to talk now. Let me clear that screen. And it's in your report where you talk about your 35 years of experience in forensic evaluation of injuries and analysis of injury causation and crime scene evaluation. Do you see that in your report on page 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go back to, I'm sure you remember that you gave a YouTube video interview on April 23rd of 2021. Do you remember that? You sat down. It was about a 14-minute interview. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
And so I just want to ask you some questions about, fair to say that you consult with, when asked, U.S. attorneys, the FBI, police agencies across the country to assist them in the investigation of violent crimes involving living victims. That an answer you would give in terms of who you consult with?
May I see my testimony?
Sure.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Since I don't have a copy of it and don't remember.
And for the record, that's a certified copy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then, and let me know if at any point you need to refresh. Then, when you were describing, asked what a police surgeon is, and that's what you are. You're a police surgeon.
Yes, ma'am.
You're a physician trained in forensic medicine to assist detectives in cases involving living victims, living patients. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you were asked questions about, well, do you work on the dead as well as on the living? And tell me if you remember that you said sometimes we do. For example, if we're trying to determine who is the driver, who is the passenger in a motor vehicle collision where both occupants were ejected, one was clearly driving, which one? That is your answer as to cases for the non-living. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
This isn't a case about an accident, not about a car accident anyway. Right?
That is correct.
Then you were asked about whether, in your experience and knowledge and expertise, who is it, in your understanding, as to who can determine cause and manner of death? And isn't it true that the person that can determine cause and manner of death, as you've said previously, is the medical examiner?
That is one of the physicians that can. That is correct.
And I say what I'm about to say next because so many times the expression crime scene has been used. I am sure that you would agree with me that crime scene is a determination to be made. It is a scene when you arrive.
That is correct.
It is a scene when detectives first get there.
That is correct.
And then, when you were asked, what if people ask you, who is this Dr. Smock guy? You said, did you not, referring to yourself in the third person, Dr. Smock is a physician who has been concerned with justice and has been concerned with living forensics his entire career, training doctors, nurses, police officers, and how to evaluate the living victim who have been the subject of a shooting, a stabbing, or a strangulation. Let me know if you need to refresh there.
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to your passion, It's the application of forensic medicine to the living patient that comes into the emergency department that has just as many forensics needs as someone who is dead, but they are alive. That's also what you said. Let me show. So
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
you were asked about exterior evidence of strangulation, such as hemorrhages, right? That could be bruising. Hemorrhages could be bruising, but there could also be petechial hemorrhages, right? When someone is at a loss of air, they can get like little red dots around their eyes. Can they not?
No, ma'am. The petechial hemorrhage don't come from loss of air. They come from the obstruction of blood.
And the petechial hemorrhages are essentially busted blood vessels. Is that a better way to say that?
Yes, they are broken capillaries that pop from increased pressure.
And those are some visual signs that could exist if you had a case of a living person.
Living or dead, you can see petechial hemorrhage in both.
And I was just going to say, or a dead person where there was tissue still present where we could see those types of things.
That is correct, ma'am.
And we don't have that in this case.
No, ma'am, we do not.
Your hourly rate, what you're being paid, what is it?
I'm being compensated at a rate of $300 per hour.
And then do you have like a per day, per diem when you come here and testify?
It would be a maximum of 10 hours if I'm working 10 hours.
So $3,000.
That would be correct if I work 10 hours.
And I know that you indicated that your work in this case began in January. Is that your testimony of 2021?
Yes, approximately.
And that was when you first had that call with Detective Grubbs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in March 9th, you were on a Zoom with a number of people. Is that correct?
I don't recall, but I was on many phone calls, probably Zoom.
You remember, if you don't remember the date, being on a Zoom, how many Zooms have you been on with the prosecutors?
I don't recall any unless the prosecutor's on the one.
And if you don't recall them being on any Zooms with you?
They may have been. I don't recall.
And do you recall how many phone calls you've had with them?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
It's
It's a cross-examination. Go ahead.
No, ma'am, I do not remember how many phone calls. Several.
Did you remember how many in-person meetings?
I don't think we've had any until I came up for this trial.
And then you've had a meeting since you've been here. And I'm not getting into what you discussed. I just want to know the number of times that you've met.
In person, yesterday.
And how many calls have you had with Mark Hickman, the Delaware County coroner?
I have not. I had one meeting with him yesterday.
You met in person with him.
That is correct.
And how many meetings or calls have you had with Dr. Agnew?
None.
And how many meetings or calls have you had with defense expert Heather Garvin?
None.
How many meetings or calls have you had with the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, who was the entity that did the autopsy in this case?
None.
The photos, I noticed in the case history included in your report, I'll show you page 3 again. Thank you, appreciate it. You're aware, I presume, that there was a water bottle found on the left-hand side of Emily when she was found.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that there was a vape pen on the left-hand side of Emily as well. I presume you're aware of that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure you're aware that she was left-hand dominant, though she sometimes used her right hand.
I don't recall which dominant she was.
And you see the position that she's in that picture, do you not?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And she's kneeling,
Yes, ma'am.
showing you what's been marked as, and Your Honor, I forget the number, so. I'm sorry? R. This was one of the pictures that you looked at, was it not?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And you were asked about knots on that cord, and you would agree that her shoes are knotted? I'm happy to approach if you'd like to look at it more closely.
Can you zoom in?
Sure. I'm also, can I have the shoes? Can I have the shoes? Thank you. I'd like to show you the shoes, if you don't mind. I think we have gloves back there, do we?
We do.
Right.
Do you need some?
I would like one, and that'll do me. Thank you.
Okay.
And there's a right and a left, and I'm okay with you opening either, so it's your choice. Tell me if there's a pair of scissors back there, if there's not. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I know the detectives in the courtroom with respect to chain of custody, and you didn't bring tape. I know, that's...
Would you like me to open it?
Yes, please, but you can tell the jurors if you're opening the right or the left shoe.
Do we have, he's not marked yet, right?
They are not marked. You want me to...
Yeah, he's opening one unless identified with that.
Defendant's Exhibit JJ, and I know that, Your Honor, that they will be marked and introduced with the coroner. Perfect. Can you indicate whether that's the right or left?
Yes, ma'am. This is the left tennis shoe.
Thank you. So just want to, if you could, would you agree with me as we're looking at it, that do you see the knot of how those shoes are tied?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure you're aware that the shoes were still found on the feet of the remains.
That is correct.
And so with respect to, I'll take an expression with respect to a slow walk, but certainly the jury will have this. And this would have been the left shoe that was found on Emily Noble based on your review of the photographs and the evidence label.
Based on the evidence label.
Thank you. No need to open the other one, just wanted to. And I know I want to talk to you about the positioning. This is R, Defendant's Exhibit R, which is previously been marked. This is one of the photographs you reviewed, is it not?
It is.
And that appears to be the right companion shoe of the one that we just looked at.
That is correct, ma'am.
And the legs right here, just based from your observations.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're aware, with respect to the coroner's report, are you not, that
she was found wearing a black tank top.
Yes, ma'am.
And the remains were only, was it about 18 pounds when they were found? Do I remember that number right?
Yes, somewhere less than 20, I believe.
Less than 20 pounds. So over the course of decomposition, Emily's body went from 95, 98 pounds all the way down to less than 20.
That is correct.
And I don't mean to say this as a word that is disrespectful, but it was like she shrinks almost, right? Like her body size decreases that much because she loses the fluids, the muscle, the tissue, all that kind of thing.
Actually, the better word is you collapse.
And so you're aware that there was a tank top recovered, a set of leggings, and then there's also like a white T-shirt that has fallen down and off her body. Do you remember that from the items collected at the coroner's office?
I do not,
Okay.
but there's probably a list of all the items.
All the items are listed in the report, which they recovered, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see that the legs are covered here. They appear to be pants.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I know with respect to your findings about staging, I just want to be clear that when someone is dead, there is an expression, is there not, dead weight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because if I'm dead and it's my hands, right? If you move hands, let's just say 3 hours, right? After I'm actually declared, and this is a hypothetical, but actually I've been declared dead, and you've got dead weight, right? So it's harder to move someone because someone's body, right, can't move on its own. Would you agree with me?
That is correct.
And so I just want to talk about the positioning of the body, that first of all, if a body was dead, that they would first have to be positioned in the kneeling position, right? And they would have to be held up. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we've got their hands, and then we would have to like somehow put them back here, and then as you see in Defendant's Exhibit R, it appears, does it not, that the right hand is around the ankle.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Redirect, please.
One moment, please.
Take your time.
Dr. Smock, again, you've reviewed, defense counsel was asking about whether or not you've reviewed their own expert's report.
That is correct.
And their own expert agrees the fractures to the neck area are perimortem.
That is correct.
Now, you were asked about previous testimony in the Brandon Ivy, trial 2 years ago now.
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, defense counsel was asking you about your testimony regarding when the victim fights back, injuries that you could see on the victim and injuries that you could see on the suspect. Do you recall that kind of testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And those injuries you were describing in Brandon Ivy were from which viewpoint between the strangler and the victim?
I believe they were face-to-face.
Face-to-face? And so if you are seeing wounds on a victim like you testified to, scrape marks like this, or scratches, that perpetrator has to be in front of you.
That is correct.
Can someone come behind you and manually strangle you?
Yes, ma'am.
What if you're punched in the face before you're strangled? Would that impact your ability to fight back?
Yes, ma'am.
If someone came from behind you to manually strangle you, would you expect to see those wounds on a suspect?
No, ma'am.
Now, to talk about the literature again. May I see your study, please? Oh, I marked it. Oh, you did? Okay. Which exhibit is it? Thanks. And defense counsel was saying that your testimony is that nowhere in the world are there 4 fractures. And that was not your testimony, was it?
No, ma'am. That was not my testimony.
And so, in your review of the literature, what literature is important to evaluating the fractures in Emily Noble's neck? Not the specific titles, but in generally.
When you review what other physicians have encountered and written about, and they write it up, you need to make sure that what you are looking at in the literature is what you are looking at a scene or in a case. And the issue is, yes, there are fractures of 4 bones in people that are 242 pounds. The question is, looking at the literature, are there any fractures ever reported in somebody who is less than 100 pounds? No. In a kneeling position in an incomplete, no, it is not there. Lots of cases out there of manual strangulation, but you have to look at the literature. So you look at things like weight, and there is an article that addresses that specific point of hundreds of cases in this one case. Were there any with, actually let me look at it. I can tell you exactly, because this
No,
is...
it's not responsive at this point. Go ahead, I'm sure there'll be another question.
Just ask a question.
Dr. Smock, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
So, from your review of the literature, what's important in evaluating Emily Noble's death is her position,
Her position, absolutely.
what kind of hanging it was,
Absolutely.
and what kind of weight.
That is correct. Her body weight.
And quite frankly, you don't care about a 200-pound male that's fully suspended in a hanging.
Absolutely not.
You care about what has occurred in the medical literature with females under 110 pounds.
It is still redirect and prospectively.
Rephrase your question, please.
What do you care most about when you review the literature in Emily Noble's case?
I look at literature related to the issues of any particular case, in particular Emily's. I look at the weight. I look at the type of hanging. I look at the nature of the ligature. I look at the nature of the injuries, the fractures to her neck. All those are critical to make sure that when you look at an article, is it relevant to your particular case? Some are and some aren't.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may, Mark. So, just said you look at the type of hanging it was. Just so I'm clear,
A ligature around a neck that is originally 98 pounds, when the body collapses, as you say, to be less than 20, things change, do they not?
Oh, yes, the body dries out, absolutely.
And so when you say that one of the things is you look at how the hanging was, you have no idea how this ligature around the neck was changed or moved in any way over the time while it was around her neck while she was in the woods.
What I have is the information that was found when she was found.
Which doesn't include a picture up in this direction.
Not that I recall.
And I just want to be clear about this, close the loop if I can, that the article I showed you, Defendant's Exhibit II, is an article that is addressing age, and the weights of those and the ages are not at issue in this article. And this is the number, as indicated by the literature, that had the 4 fractures. Do you see number of fractures?
I do see the number of fractures.
And you know that Emily Noble was 52 years of age.
That is correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, questions you may have for this witness, feel free to write them down now and reflect them.
Sir, I have two questions for you, and they're going to bounce around a little bit, so there probably won't be real consistency to
I
where
love
I'm
questions.
going here. Could fractures occur in the neck if Emily would have suffered a complete hanging instead of an incomplete hanging?
No. Even in the medical literature, there are no fractures in women under the age of 10, complete or incomplete. They don't happen because there isn't enough weight to create those injuries.
Yeah, basically, no.
No, so, no.
Thank you. You talked about the time frame of asphyxiation and blood flow stoppage during strangulation. Does that time change if someone is under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, it does not. The brain, it doesn't, the presence or absence of alcohol, no. The time to unconsciousness and brain death is the same based upon our limited studies. Nobody volunteers for those studies.
If you know, what happens to a person's hands and feet when they die? Do they tense up?
Yes, you can get what's called rigor mortis, where your muscles contract. So yes, and rigor mortis can come, and then it may disappear. But yes, you can get contraction post-mortem.
And if you're holding something, and I guess the same circumstance, in death. If you're holding something, will you grab it tightly, or will it be released?
Once you go unconscious, then your muscles are going to relax. That's what it means to be unconscious. And then when you're dead, they're completely relaxed, and then the rigor mortis can come post-mortem.
During cross-examination, the defense asked you if you visited the scene when the body was recovered in September 21 and during the follow-up visit in March 2022. Do the same answers apply to September 2020 and March 2020?
Meaning, did I visit the scene on either of those?
Yeah, do your answers, you use dates. Let me read the question. Defense asked the witness if you visited the scene when the body was recovered September 2021 and during the follow-up visit of March 2022. Do your answers remain the same to apply to September 2020 and March 2021? Just changing the dates.
Yeah, I did not go to the scene on any of those dates.
And so your testimony regarding the time frames remain the same?
Yes.
At least to that extent. Okay. How did you determine the time of death was after 4:18 p.m.?
She is alive on the day before when that picture was taken, and clearly she is alive. So that's the last time, at least photographically documented, where she is seen alive. So it had to occur after that time.
Okay. And your finding of fractures of the nasal area, would that result in bleeding?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Excuse me. It could. When you think about if anyone's ever been punched in the nose or seen anybody who's been punched in the nose, a lot of blood vessels. So yes, could it result in nasal bleeding? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. It's been a long day.
Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's all the questions the jury has. State have any follow-up?
No, thank you, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Sir, you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we heard earlier there may not be absolutes in life, but I will tell you we're absolutely done today. So we're going to take our evening recess. As always, remember the court's admonition, live by it,
And as always, enjoy yourself this evening. Take it easy. Have a nice meal. Get a good night's rest. Come back, same time, same location. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention and time. Including the defendant are present, anything either counsel like to place on the record?
Nothing from
Going
the
into
state, Your Honor, yes, we haven't provided a redacted copy of Defendant's Exhibit S. Before I release the witness, I just want to make sure I understand the court's order, that with the redactions as they are.
This is the Serenity report?
It is, sorry.
I got you.
This goes back to the jury as this is, without me calling Angel Kessler the treating therapist.
That under its current status.
Okay, great. Then I will release the witness. And I won't have any evidentiary issues with this. I just want to make sure before I release
I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah, well, I
Okay,
made that decision on that.
Thank you.
Who do you have tomorrow, witnesses wise?
We have Dr. Richmond and Dr. Hickman.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Your Honor, can we approach on one thing that doesn't need to be on the record?
That's fine. We'll just
Okay.
stop right up here.
And I will just say, Your Honor, we